Love and compassion are necessities, not luxuries. Without them, humanity cannot survive. A quote by His Holiness the Dalai Lama. India is a birthplace of many prophets, saints and religious performers. Guru Nanak Dev Ji is the first Guru, followed by the Sikhs across the globe. Guru Nanak Dev Ji taught that there is one God who dwells within the human heart and can be known by the grace of the Guru. He espoused a vision of equality across caste and religion. With this as the preamble, Namaste everyone. I, on behalf of Bhavan Vidyalaya Panchkula, cordially welcome our distinguished dignitaries, esteemed principal and honoured guests to commemorate the 555th year of Shri Guru Nanak Dev Ji. We are honoured to celebrate this pious moment through the Interfaith Harmony Symposium 2024. This idea was conceived and conceptualized by Colonel Daljeet Singh Cheema, convener and member of Bhavan Kendra Committee, Bhavan Vidyalaya Panchkula. This event was possible under the able guidance of our respected principal ma'am, Mrs. Gulshan Kaur. We have all heard, whenever Guru Nanak Dev Ji would receive a revelation, he would say, Bhai Mardana, play the rabab, Bani has occurred to me. And Bhai Mardana would play the rabab when Guru Nanak Dev Ji would sing a shabad or a sacred composition. So ladies and gentlemen and my dear students, we are here to witness a soul-touching musical performance that will carry us into the cascades of music filled with emotions. Let us allow ourselves to take the plunge into the breathtaking performance being presented by Mr. Manmeet Singh, who is a musician sharing the magic of meditation through music, and soulful rabab rendition by Kaka Gurdeep Singh Rababi, who has developed an expertise in playing the rabab. So with a big round of applause, please welcome Mr. Manmeet Singh and Kaka Gurdeep Singh Rababi. And on the tabla, we have Pankaj sir from Bhavan Vidyalaya. Another surprise is, of course, we have Deepshika with us on the guitar. Thank you.
Sat Shri Akal, and good morning to all the dignitaries, the invitees, मेरे बच्चे बच्चियां, भैन भरा, बच्चों आज जिहड़ा गायन असीं करन जा रहे हैं, it is not a musical performance, just a small correction to the introduction. I would rather say it is for all of us to sing together. So, as an interfaith symposium, it is just music to turn inwards. Guru Nanak Sahib nu yaad kar rahe hain, और जे इकट्ठे मिलके गावांगे तो ये ऑडिटोरियम नहीं रह जाएगा. It will become a divine space. Okay? So can I have your acceptance to the idea that we can sing together? Yeah? And the kids also? All right. beginning was this beautiful and divine musical instrument called rabab. How many who have seen it in the past? Just raise your hands. Seen it in the past? Yes? Yes, all the panelists of course, and some kids also. So, Guru Nanak Sahib ne jadon 4 ਉਦਾਸੀਆਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਔਰ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਣੇ ਪਿਆਰ ਦਾ ਸੱਦਾ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਗਏ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੌਣ ਸੀਗੇ? I think we all know ਕੌਣ ਨਾਲ ਸੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੇ? ਭਾਈ ਮਰਦਾਨਾ ਜੀ ਔਰ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਥੀ ਪ੍ਰਭਾ ਹੈ ਨਾ? Because that made the whole journey musical. And just to add, rabab was called for. It was not something जो पहला तो ही भाई मर्दाना बजाते सी. So Bebe Nanki, which is the sister of Guru Nanak Sahib, उन्होंने Firanda ji, Bhai Firanda ji, who was the maker of the musical instruments, उन्होंने कोल खास जाके उन्होंने कोल ये रबाब मंगी कि ये सानू नानक साहब लग चाहिए है. एंड फिरंदा जी आप चल के आए कि मैं देखना चाहना कि कौन ने जिन्होंने इस दी भाल सी. And it is said that when this instrument was brought to Guru Nanak Sahib, it was already tuned Surila and it was already chanting the Naam. Okay? Stories make life very interesting and history very interesting, our heritage very interesting. I will not take much time but share one more song about what Guru Nanak is. It's written by Kavinder Chand ji, and the lyrics, I don't expect you to sing much, but just one word. Whenever I say Nanak, 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 just sing along. If there is any hesitation, please break that. There's nobody judging us here. We're just celebrating Nanak. So we can definitely sing his name. Okay? So it's a full song, but whenever I chant Nanak, 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 I want these mics to fail. I want your voice to be heard louder than the mic. Is it possible? Yes, sir. Is it possible? Yes, sir. Is it possible? Yes, sir. Now I can say that it will happen. Okay. Thank you everyone for all your love.
I'm quite convinced that we all just got carried away into these folds of music and spirituality. Can we please have a soulful round of applause for the entire team? As our school promotes the message of tolerance and religious harmony through the quote, Sarv Dharm Samabhav, I request everyone to kindly cover your heads with a cloth as we offer a prayer to the Almighty. blissful all-faith songs and the Shabad by the Bhavan students, I would now like to request Colonel Daljeet Singh Cheema sir, who is the convener and has also idealized and conceptualized this Interfaith Harmony Symposium, to be here with us and say a few words.
Good morning, Mr. Mathur, our Vice Chairman, moderators and speakers, panelists of this wonderful, humble effort of love and compassion which we are making, eminent guests and my dear students. Whenever I think of the present times, I am reminded of Charles Dickens' 1859 novel, A Tale of Two Cities. He opened the novel with the lines, "It is the best of the times and it is the worst of the times." Every generation goes through the best of the times and the worst of the times. Technology has made our lives very simple and supported us and helped us. We are all very grateful to the great scientists, technologists and others who have given us all this. And now with the AI coming, I suppose in many ways, and medicine, science, all these wonders have made our life simpler and perhaps easier in some ways. The things are happening at the pace of thought, at the speed of thought. To that extent, I also feel that what the great man Einstein said, he said that technology one day will make us idiots. And I do feel to some extent technology has made us idiots, because we have forgotten the warmth of a hug, we have forgotten to smile, and the cherished values which my generation we used to look up to, of love, compassion, brotherhood, fraternity, humility, they seem to be evaporating from this society slowly but steadily. There may be any number of reasons for that. We will not go into those reasons. But I do feel that today perhaps we are living in the worst of the times because of certain reasons. When you went to sleep last night and when you get up in the morning, you don't know how many ICBMs have been fired by Russia and Ukraine. You don't know what Israel has done. The world in any case has become flatter during the time when we were asleep. So the things are moving. The world today, I feel, is ambiguous, unpredictable, volatile and even chaotic in that sense. In this kind of world, the kind of life we are leading, we all are forced to behave in a particular manner. And the bad blood created by the politicians, whatever, because of caste and religion and certain other such things, because of that there is so much of hatred, there is so much of bad blood, and people are there's a mistrust, there is so much of this, that. So I thought, and since past few years I have been thinking about this and promoting this idea, that the good old ancient tradition of interfaith dialogue must be revived. I have been talking to various people, different sections of society, schools, colleges, universities, and I am so happy that I was also invited by the IAS Officers Association in Punjab Bhavan to talk to them about this subject for good 1 hour plus. I do feel that if somebody has read the argumentative Indian by Amartya Sen, he says there that in ancient time the kind of argument which happened between people before they could come to some kind of understanding, he talks about Pandit Jalali giving instruction to Lord Rama he tells him that what you are doing is incorrect, don't do this. This will lead you to something bad. So that kind of thing, that a Panditji had the courage and power to talk to Lord Rama and tell him that what you are doing is incorrect, I don't agree with you. That kind of. Now we all know that all the religions of the world have developed or evolved over the years because of dialogue and conversation with each other. I believe in, we have Dr. Khalid here, he will bear me out, that I believe the basic tenets of Islam were evolved during a traveler's visit to Prophet Muhammad, and he stayed there with him and they discussed various kinds of things, and that is how the basic tenets of Islam have evolved. In Hindu religion, we all know the immortal Gita. This is a dialogue between Lord Krishna and Arjun. Similarly, in Sikh faith, Guru Nanak Dev Ji's Siddh Goshti is very well known in the history. He went to Banaras, he went to Haridwar, he went to Gorakhpur, wherever he went, as a matter of fact. And the other day I was reading a book by Bhavan Singh Ji. He talks about 5 Udasis, not 4 Udasis, which all of us know. The 5th Udasi, I belong to a small place in district Gurdaspur, Batala. Near Batala, there is a place called Achal. Guru Nanak Sahib went there with Bhavan Singh Ji, called the 5th Udasi, and there also there is a beautiful temple and there is a beautiful Gurdwara side by side there. Achal is about 3 kilometers away from Batala, and I have been there a number of times. Now, so Guru Nanak's Siddh Goshti, he used different means and different methods to convey his message. What was his message? His message was, of course, very simple. All of us know love, compassion, peace, tranquility, happiness. So all those things he also not gave his message in that particular manner. So I feel that since there should be a movement, this kind of thing, a dialogue of interfaith, people discussing with each other, talking to each other, understanding each other's point of view. You see, acceptance and tolerance, to my mind, which Swami Vivekananda also talked about. If you recall, his 1893, his lecture in the All Religion Parliament in Chicago, what he said was that I am proud to belong to a religion which has taught the world tolerance and acceptance. Now, tolerance and acceptance for others' point of view, to my mind, is a very powerful tool to be able to move forward and develop a healthy society. I do feel that India is at the cusp of becoming a developed nation. Now, I feel a healthy society is an essential aspect if we have to really achieve what we deserve. So, and let me share this also, young friends, students. I feel, as you know, that 65% of India's population, around say 90 crore, is the population below the age of 35. So I feel that youth is the best hope for India, not only India but for the entire world. If you are the best hope, and if you understand this basic concept, if you know that you have to understand this, that you have to spread love, peace, tranquility, and become an instrument of peace. So I appeal to all the students, young boys and girls specifically, that kindly think beyond. All religions are good, all religions are equal, all religions tell you the same thing. There are different methods, different ways. Ultimately what you are looking at is salvation, or moksha, or happiness, whatever, that eternal state of bliss. You are looking at that. If you want to achieve that, then there is no better way of loving the other person, brotherhood and belief in oneness of God and universal brotherhood. Thank you, young friends, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. With this, we now move to the first panel discussion. The theme of this first panel discussion is dichotomies of our times and the need for interfaith dialogue, spiritual perspective of interfaith dialogue. As Sir has already elaborated, interfaith dialogue is not merely a conversation, it is an intentional and respectful engagement with individuals from different faith, traditions, beliefs, and religions. So taking this theme further, I'd like to invite the moderator for this panel discussion, and he is Mr. Daljeet Singh Cheema. I would request the audience to give a big round of applause. I request Sir to kindly come up on stage. Mr. Daljeet Singh Cheema has over 30 years of standing at the bar in India and is also a barrister and solicitor qualified to practice law in Ontario and as an advocate in the Southern African Development Community region. He has worked extensively as a legal practitioner in various high courts of India, the Honorable Supreme Court of India, regulators and arbitral tribunals. He has been a part of Cyril, Amarchand, Mangal Das, New Delhi and other national international law firms. Mr. Jatinder is a visiting faculty at various institutes of repute where he lectures on recent developments in private equity and corporate laws. He currently serves in the US-India Gas Tank Force constituted by the Department of Energy, Government of US, along with the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Government of India. Can we have a big round of applause for Sir? Our first panelist, Justice K.S. Garewal. Sir, I'd request you to kindly join us on stage. Dear audience, kindly appreciate Sir with a big round of applause. Justice Kamaljit Singh Garewal received LLB degree from Punjab University, Chandigarh. He joined the bar at Ludhiana and shifted to Punjab and Haryana High Court. He then joined the Punjab Superior Judicial Service and served in Amritsar, Ropar and Firozpur as additional district and sessions judge, and at Bathinda and Patiala as district and sessions judge. Justice Garewal also served as Registrar Central Administrative Tribunal at Chandigarh. Justice Garewal was also elected by the United Nations General Assembly to serve on the newly set up United Nations Appeals Tribunal at New York, Geneva and Nairobi. Sir is also a recipient of the prestigious the Green Pennant Award of the Commonwealth Expedition from the Duke of Edinburgh for adventurous activities across barriers that divide people. He is presently chairman of the committee to manage the affairs of the Golden Forest India Limited since 2017. This committee was set up by the Supreme Court of India. I would request the audience to please give a big round of applause to all the people. I would now like to take this opportunity to invite on stage the next panelist, Justice Shabihul Hasnain. Justice Shabihul Hasnain is a former judge at the Allahabad High Court. He is very popular among legal professionals and was elected to the August body of Executive Council of Lucknow University for 3 terms consecutively. Presently, Justice Shabihul Hasnain is serving as the chairman of 2 state-level statutory advisory boards in Punjab and is responsible for addressing issues related to illicit trafficking in narcotics and the National Security Act. Furthermore, Justice Hasnain's dedication to a lifelong learning is evident from his achievement of obtaining a bachelor's degree in Sanskrit, popularly known as the Shastri, in his later stages of his life. Sir is also an avid reader. This distinguished jurist journey has taken him from the hallowed halls of the Allahabad High Court to pivotal roles in the regulatory bodies and advisory boards, all while maintaining a deep connection to literature, society, and pursuit of justice. Can we have a big round of applause for Sir? I would request the audience to please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Piyush Punj. Mr. Piyush Punj, can we have a big round of applause for Sir? He is a prominent mechanical engineer and educator. He honorably served as a flying officer in the Indian Air Force. As the founder of St. Vivekananda Millennium School, he has established a supportive environment that emphasizes holistic education and core values. He is also actively involved in community service as a member of the managing committee at the Ramakrishna Mission Ashram. His outstanding leadership has garnered him notable awards, including the Visionary Leader Award from the Cambridge University and the International Green School Award 2024 from Green Mentors at Cornell University. Through his unwavering commitment, Mr. Punj continues to promote a culture of learning, service, and sustainability, leaving a lasting impression on future generations. I would now request Mr. Retd Cheema to kindly proceed with the panel discussions. Dear audience, can we have a big round of applause for all the panelists who are here with us today? Thank you so much, sir.
Good morning. Let me first start with my 3 gratitudes. The first one goes to the institution which has hosted this event, and we have all been able to participate in this symposium this morning. My second grateful thanks to Colonel D.S. Cheema. You know how difficult it is for lawyers to pull out of courts on a working day, but his love, immense love, and loving invitation has brought me from Delhi to Chandigarh. My third grateful thanks is to all the 3 groups which provided rendition this morning. Wonderful rendition by 3 different groups who did shabads and songs. My grateful thanks to them. As I sat back last night on the flight from Delhi to Chandigarh, since we were talking about dichotomies of what is happening in our society, I just sort of will relate all of that with what we will discuss today. So as I sat back last night, I was early and I sort of onboarded and I sat on my chair and I closed my eyes and I started reflecting on what I'm going to say on the next day and how am I going to moderate such a rich panel this morning. So somebody came pushing me on my shoulder on the right and said, "Sir, I have to get in. So there was a lady, I think she was a Krishna Bhakt, and she had a small deity in her hand and she was trying to adjust herself. So I told this young man, I said, "Bhaiya, patience rakho. Let that lady settle down and then I'll get up and make space for you to come in." So my first sort of reflection was that if Guru Nanak was traveling with me tonight, what message he would have given to that young man? Sanyam, I think. Sanyam would be the one which he would have given. I think I had barely closed my eyes again, the announcement started for the safety announcement by the air hostess. And you all know that people who are sitting in the first and the second row around the safety, around the exit gates, are actually, their attention is drawn to the air hostess, what is she telling them. And one young man was constantly talking, and she said, "Sir, you can't talk, I am giving a safety instruction to you." Okay. And he kept on bouncing back at her. I had to literally intervene and tell that please shift his seat, because that's an important seat that you're sitting on, and you can't be interrupting that person. So that was my second thought. What would have Guru Nanak said? And he was very, very rough in language with that young lady on the plane. And remember the message of Guru Nanak of extending respect in terms of gender equality. So I was just had my thoughts going in that direction. Barely did the plane's door open, and I was in the thick of smog of Chandigarh. Okay, and I said, this is my third reflection of what Guru Nanak would have said to all of us in this generation, who was a great environmentalist himself. Pavan Guru Pani Pita, he has said. So what are we going to do with the Pavan? What are we doing with the Pavan, and what are we doing with water? I think these are deep reflections. These are the real dichotomies of a society, if you really ask me, where the society as a whole is moving in terms of direction. So we are here to celebrate a sort of a person who, I think, Colonel Cheema, I would like to sort of reflect a little bit from what you said earlier. The founder of the Sikh faith, yes, I think a founder of the Sikh faith, but his acclaim and word goes beyond the Sikh faith, I must share with all of you. His acclaim as a Lama reaches in the upper reaches of Himalayas. His acclaim as a Fakir and as a Shah travels in the Middle East. Those of you who have been to Azerbaijan, I was shocked myself, because nowhere except for some inscriptions in Baghdad has this been given that Guru Nanak has travelled to Azerbaijan. So there's a fire temple just outside Baku, and there is on the walls of that temple are inscriptions of Guru Granth Sahib, and which sort of correlates and coincides with Guru Nanak's visit to that region. I'm also told that he travelled to Jerusalem during the same time, but there are no written records except for the inscriptions in Baghdad. A great revolutionary thinker, a reformist, a feminist, a traveller, a mystic philosopher, a pluralist, and the environmentalist. I think all of this together was what Guru Nanak was. And therefore, coming back to my panel, okay, why are we not tolerant enough in our society? And I'll come with Justice Garewal to start on this. Why is patience going away? Why is deference going away from our society?
There are no dichotomies. There are only man-made differences which are blown out of proportion into dichotomies. Where are the dichotomies? I don't see them. I mean, everyone is little involved in their own affairs, and there is competition in life. And so you call that dichotomy? I don't think so. I think we are missing the point entirely, missing the message of Guru Sahib. He was one of the earliest rationalists, and if I take you back to his times, they were very harsh times.
Just closer to the mic.
Closer. Okay. Got it. So ਹੁਣ ਦੇਖੋ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਅੰਗਰੇਜ਼ੀ ਚ ਬੋਲ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, ਅਸੀਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਜਾਂ ਹਿੰਦੀ ਚ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਵਿਵਾਦ ਕਰਦੇ? ਬਹੁਤ ਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਕੁਝ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਗਏ ਨੇ, ਬਹੁਤ ਕੁਝ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਵੀ ਹੈਗਾ, ਅਸੀਂ ਫੋਲੋ ਵੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਡਾਇਕੋਟਮੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਲਿਆ ਕੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਵੰਡ ਦਿੰਦੇ। ਕੋਈ ਡਾਇਕੋਟਮੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ, ਬੜੇ ਸ਼ਾਂਤ ਮਈ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ। ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, ਕਦੀ ਕਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਡਿਫਰੈਂਸਿਸ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹ ਨੈਚੁਰਲ ਨੇ, ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਡਿਵੋਕਸੀ 'ਚ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੀ ਨੇ, ਡਾਇਸੈਂਟ ਵੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, ਵਾਇਲੈਂਸ ਵੀ ਹੈ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਬਹੁਤੀ, ਚਲੋ ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਕੋਰਟਸ ਪਨਿਸ਼ ਕਰਦੀਆਂ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਭ ਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਧਿਆਨ ਦਿਵਾਉਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦਾ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਸੀਗਾ universal fatherhood of God and universal brotherhood of man. So ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ universal ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ ਫਿਰ universe ਤਾਂ ਇੱਕੋ ਹੀ ਹੈ ਨਾ। ਫਿਰ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਵੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਓਂਕਾਰ, ਇੱਕ ਰੱਬ ਹੈ, ਇੱਕ ਗੁਰੂ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਸਭ ਉਸੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਪਾਸ ਜਾਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ, ਉਸੇ ਰੱਬ ਪਾਸ ਜਾਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੈ। ਰਸਤੇ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਨੇ, ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਨੇ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਰਸਤੇ 'ਚ ਰਹੋ, ਦੂਸਰਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਰਸਤੇ 'ਚ ਰਹੇਗਾ, ਤੇ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰੋ, ਸਟਰਾਈਵ ਕਰੋ, ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਜਾਓਗੇ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਸਪਿਰਿਚੁਅਲਿਜ਼ਮ ਤੇ ਰਿਲੀਜਨ ਵੀ ਇਸ 'ਚ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਡਿਫਰੈਂਸ ਨਹੀਂ। ਸਹੀ ਰਿਲੀਜਨ ਤੇ ਅਸਲੀ ਸਪਿਰਿਚੁਅਲਿਜ਼ਮ ਇੱਕੋ ਹੀ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ, ਆਪਾਂ ਡਾਇਕੋਟਮੀਜ਼ ਨਾ ਕ੍ਰੀਏਟ ਕਰੀਏ। ਬੈਰੀਅਰਸ ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ, ਬੈਰੀਅਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਓਵਰਕਮ ਕਰਨਾ। ਇਕੱਲੀ ਰਿਲੀਜੀਅਸ ਡਾਇਕੋਟਮੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ। ਫਿਰ ਤਾਂ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਹੋ ਡਾਇਕੋਟਮੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਲਾਸ ਦੀ ਡਾਇਕੋਟਮੀ, ਕਾਸਟ ਦੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ, ਰਿਲੀਜਨ ਦੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ, ਸਟੇਟਸ ਦੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ, ਰੀਜਨ ਦੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ। ਇੰਨੀ ਡਾਇਕੋਟਮੀ ਨਿਕਲਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ, ਫਿਰ ਤਾਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਬੰਦਲੇ ਰਵਾਂਗੇ। ਕੋਈ ਡਾਇਕੋਟਮੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ। ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, ਡਿਫਰੈਂਸਿਸ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਕਰਨਲ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਅੱਛੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਡਿਸਕਸ਼ਨ ਨਾਲ ਪੀਸਫੁਲੀ ਬੈਠ ਕੇ ਸਮਝ ਕੇ ਇੱਕ ਦੂਸਰੇ ਦਾ ਪੁਆਇੰਟ ਆਫ ਵਿਊ ਤੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਰਿਜ਼ੋਲਵ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਮੇਰਾ ਹੈਗਾ। ਦੂਸਰੀ ਗੱਲ ਮੈਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਤਾਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦਾ ਗੁਰਪੁਰਬ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਤੇ 26 ਤਰੀਕ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਬੱਚਾ ਦੱਸ ਸਕਦਾ ਕੀ ਹੈਗਾ? 26 ਨਵੰਬਰ ਨੂੰ Does any student know what is on 26th of November?
Constitution Day.
No? 1949, 26th of November, we resolved to give ourselves the Constitution. So Constitution ਦਾ ਕੀ ਹੈਗਾ ਮੈਸੇਜ? ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡਾ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਕੀ ਹੈਗਾ? ਪ੍ਰੀਐਂਬਲ। ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪ੍ਰੀਐਂਬਲ ਹੈ ਕੌਂਸਟੀਟਿਊਸ਼ਨ ਦਾ, ਉਹ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੇ ਜੋ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਉਹੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਹੈ। We the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, and to secure for all its citizens justice of social, economic and political justice. Guru Sahib ne bhi justice kaha si. Liberty of thought, expression, belief and faith and worship. Liberty. Guru Sahib ne bhi ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜੇ ਪੜੋ ਡੀਪਲੀ ਜਾਓ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਬਾਣੀ 'ਚ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਇਹ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਡੈਫੀਨੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਮਿਲ ਜਾਣਗੇ। Equality of status and of opportunity. And to promote among them all fraternity, assuring the dignity of the individual and the unity and integrity of the nation. Dignity of the individual, Guru Sahib ने बहुत अच्छी तरह नाल समझाया सानू। तो ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन तो अगे 75 years की होएगी, तो गुरु साहब तो देखो 500 साल तो भी ज़्यादा ओल्डर सीगा। सो ये मैं कहना चाहना कि डायकॉटमी नहीं होगी।
Thank you, Justice Hasnain. We have very learned men on the dais today. So I am going to prompt them from time to time, and let's keep this very conversational. Let's not bore the audience with our monologues. We will keep it very conversational here.
Definitely. देखिए, सबसे पहली बात तो आप दोनों ने जो कर दी, तो उससे एक बात ही निकल के आती है कि न मुझे अंग्रेज़ी बोलनी है और न मुझे पंजाबी बोलनी है। तो मुझे असली में ऐसी भाषा बोलनी है जो हिंदुस्तानी हो। तो दोनों चीज़ों से आसानी है, और मैं हिंदुस्तानी में आपसे बात करूँगा कभी कभी बीच में कोई अंग्रेजी का लफ्ज़ निकल आए तो आप समझ लीजिएगा मैं भी थोड़ा बहुत पढ़ा लिखा हूँ। तो ऐसा है कि जहाँ से चीमा साहब ने बात की और जहाँ पे जो रिप्लाई माय सीनियर जस्टिस गरेवाल हैज़ टोटली रिफ्यूटेड दैट देयर इज़ नो डाइकोटमी। देखिए ऐसा है कि जिस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में डाइकोटमी की बात जय चीमा ने की है, मैं समझता हूँ कि डाइकोटमी का मतलब होता है कि डिफरेंसेस हैं। तो डिफरेंसेस तो हैं और उनको डिनाई करने से कोई वी विल बी इन अ डिनायल मोड, बट दे आर एंड दे आर पैल्पेबल। वो महसूस होता है, दिखता है और ज़िंदगी में सामना करना पड़ता है। जहाँ तक इस बात का सवाल है कि एक भगवान है, एक ईश्वर है, एक खुदा है, ये सब कहते हैं, लेकिन मैं वहाँ पे चूँकि थोड़ा बच्चे भी मेरे ख्याल से बैठे हुए हैं, मैं देख नहीं पा रहा हूँ बिकॉज ऑफ द लाइट्स, लेकिन शायद ऊपर हैं, तो मैं ये एक छोटा सा मेरा ख्याल है कि बच्चों से पूछूं कि ये कहने से क्या मान लोगे कि खुदा एक है? सब कह रहे हैं। और उसी के साथ साथ गरेवाल साहब ने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की बात की, तो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में जो एक नया आर्टिकल जुड़ा उसमें यह है कि दिस सिटीजन्स शुड स्ट्राइव टू हैव साइंटिफिक टेम्पर एंड स्पिरिट ऑफ इंक्वायरी। तो बच्चे ज़रूर पूछते हैं कि भाई कह तो रहे हैं, आप भी कह रहे हैं खुदा एक है, और इस्लाम वाले भी कह रहे हैं कि खुदा एक है, क्रिश्चियन वाले भी कह रहे हैं कि खुदा एक है। खुदा एक तो सब हैं, सब लोग कह रहे हैं खुदा एक है, लेकिन सबके खुदा एक हैं लेकिन अलग अलग हैं। प्रॉब्लम यहाँ से स्टार्ट होती है कि जो अल्लाह हमारा है वो आपके रब से डिफरेंट है। ये जो मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग है ये प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट करती है, पहली बात। तो मैं ये पूछता हूँ कि बच्चों से पूछो कि एक चीज़ होती है लिटरेचर, एक होता है साइंस, एक होती है ज्योग्राफी, एक होती है हिस्ट्री, एंथ्रोपोलॉजी एंड सो ऑन सो। इसमें एक है चीज़ है फिक्शन। फिक्शन में आप इमेजिनरी कुछ भी कर सकते हैं, लेकिन मैं पूछता हूँ सबसे कि क्या किसी फिक्शन में भी, मतलब हाईएस्ट ऑफ इमेजिनेशन में भी, कभी ऐसी कोई बात आई है कि तुम्हारे वाले खुदा ने आसमान बनाया था, ज़मीन मेरे वाले ने बनाई, पीडब्ल्यूडी का जो काम था वो मेरे गॉड को ठेका मिला था, या पानी या पर्वत या सूरज आप वाले ने बनाया शायद, या आप क्लेम करें। अगर ये पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन एक साथ हुआ है और है जब से बना है, वो गैलेक्सीज भी वही हैं, तो ये आपको मानना पड़ेगा कि ये ठेकेदार अलग अलग नहीं हो सकते हैं। ये कंस्ट्रक्शन एक साथ हुआ है, तो फिर इस लॉजिक से किसी का भी खुदा दूसरे खुदा से अलग नहीं हो सकता। ये शायद आपको बच्चों को समझाने में आसानी होगी। अब जो दूसरी बात है वो ये है कि चाहे गुरु नानक देव हों, चाहे प्रॉफेट मोहम्मद हों, चाहे राम हों, चाहे भगवान कृष्ण हों, सब ने अच्छी ही बातें कहीं, सब ने जीवन को जीने के रास्ते दिखाए। समस्या सिर्फ ये है कि वो रास्ते तो हैं, लेकिन वो रास्ते किताबों में हैं। मैं एक छोटी सी कहानी आपको बताना चाहता हूँ जो मेरे ग्रैंडफादर ने मुझे सुनाई थी। कि एक ज़मींदार साहब थे। वो ज़मींदार साहब बहुत जालिम टाइप के जैसे हुआ करते थे, और उनके यहाँ उनका एक सेवक था जो कि बहुत ज़्यादा मानता था, पाँव दबाता था, और बचपन से रहा था वहीं पे, बहुत भक्त था, लॉयल था। ज़मींदार साहब शहर गए और वहाँ से उनके कुछ फ्रेंड्स ने कहा कि हम आपके रियासत में आके वो देखना चाहते हैं। उन्होंने कहा हाँ ज़रूर आओ। तो वहाँ से ज़मींदार साहब ने एक ख़त लिखा अपने नौकर के लिए कि मैं फला तारीख को इतने बजे की ट्रेन से 4 लोगों को लेके आ रहा हूँ, ट्रेन के पास तांगे का इंतज़ाम कर देना और खाने का इंतज़ाम इतने बजे कर देना, शाम को आके सब लोग नहाएंगे, गर्म पानी करना और बिस्तर लगवा देना वहाँ पे। जब उस आदमी के पास वो ख़त पहुँचा तो वो नाचने लगा सर पे रख के उसको कि मालिक का ख़त आया, आज तक कभी किसी को ख़त नहीं लिखा, मुझे ख़त लिखा है। वो नाच रहा था और गया, और जैसे बच्चों ने कुछ छीना झपटी की कि क्या है, तो सबको मारा कि जानते नहीं हो भगवान, इनका मेरे मालिक का ख़त आया है। और उसको ले जाके उसने ऊपर एक बढ़िया सी जगह पे उसको रख दिया और वहाँ पे उसको नीचे बैठ के उसकी इज्जत करने लगा। जब जमींदार साहब आए तो न तो वहाँ पे घोड़ा था, न गाड़ी थी, न पानी था, न कुछ था। तो आके उन्होंने उसको मारना शुरू किया। तो उसने कहा मालिक हमने तो अपनी जान से, अपने बच्चों से सबसे ऊपर उसको रखा था। तो उन्होंने कहा रखा तो था, कभी पढ़ा भी था। तो जो एक समस्या हमारे यहाँ है और वो ये है कि इस्लाम की किताब कुरान हमारे यहाँ रखी रहती है सबसे ऊपर घर में, और जब कोई बच्चा बीमार होता है तो उसकी हवा दी जाती है, पढ़ता कोई नहीं है। कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में और छोड़ दीजिए, मैं कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की बात कर रहा हूँ। अभी गरेवाल साहब ने यहाँ पब्लिक से पूछा तो एक जो सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ थी कि कैसे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बना, कब बना, वो नहीं, चलिए मान लीजिए डेट नहीं है। मैं ओपनली ये पूछता हूँ कि हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू हैव एक्चुअली सीन द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, नॉट रेड द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन?
नो,
बहुत कम। तो आप ये सोचिए, आप ये सोचिए कि जिस भारत में, जिस देश में, कोई भी देश हो, वहाँ के नागरिक अपना कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन नहीं जानते, वो रोज सड़कों पे अपना अधिकार मांगते हैं और ये कहते हैं कि ये अधिकार दूसरे का नहीं है। तो जो डिसीजन हो रहे हैं आपस में वो अज्ञानता के बिहाफ पे हो रहे हैं, अज्ञानता की वजह से हो रहे हैं, और वही हालत धर्म की है। मैं इस्लाम को फॉलो करता हूँ, वो इसलिए भी, एक बात और कह दूँ आपसे, उसको आप सोचिएगा। अटल जी कहा करते थे कि एक आपके बीच में चिंता का नहीं, चिंतन का विषय छोड़कर जा रहा हूँ। तो वो चिंतन का विषय आपके बीच में छोड़ के जा रहा हूँ कि आप सब लोग ये पूछें अपने आप से कि अगर शबीहुल हसनैन नफीसुल हसनैन के घर में ना पैदा हुए होते तो हो सकता है कि वो जय चीमा होते, ये भी हो सकता है कि वो फेडरिक होते, ये भी हो सकता है कि वो उपाध्याय जी होते। तो हम सब लोग जिस जिस धर्म में पैदा हो गए, जिस जिस घर में, हमने उसी को अल्टीमेट ट्रुथ मान लिया। हम उससे हटने को तैयार नहीं हैं क्योंकि पढ़ा नहीं हमने सिर्फ सुना है। तो सबके रिलीजन सुने सुनाए बातों पे चल रहे हैं और हम उससे बाहर निकल नहीं पा रहे क्योंकि हमारे घर वाले भी दूसरे के बारे में नहीं जानते। हम पूछता हूँ, मैं अपने आप से पूछता हूँ या अपने घर वालों से पूछता हूँ कि हाउ मेनी पीपल ऑफ माई फैमिली हैव एवर विजिटेड अ गुरुद्वारा फ्रॉम इनसाइड? या कितने मुसलमान मेरे घर में ऐसे हैं, मेरे ख़ानदान में ऐसे हैं जिन्होंने द्वारका का टेम्पल देखा है या किसी टेम्पल को अंदर से देखा है? तो अगर इसके बारे में बातचीत आपस में नहीं होगी, एक दूसरे को जानेंगे नहीं, तो एक शेर है कि दिलों की उलझनें बढ़ती रहेंगी अगर कुछ मशवरे बाहम न होंगे। अगर आपस में बातचीत नहीं होगी और मशवरा नहीं होगा, अज्ञानता से बाहर निकलेंगे नहीं, तो अपनी अपनी जिद में जितनी छोटी छोटी समझ है वो इन एब्सेंस ऑफ रियल इंटेंशन ऑफ द बुक हम उसको जितना समझते हैं। एलिफेंट वाली बात है कि जिसने हाथी को सूंड देखी उसने कहा कि हाथी तो एक रस्सी है। तो मैं इसको शॉर्ट कर रहा हूँ, फिर सेकेंड राउंड में अगर चीमा साहब इजाज़त देंगे तो मैं फिर आऊँगा। एक और शेर मैं आपको सुना दूँ कि अभी इनका अहमद फराज का एक बड़ी मशहूर गज़ल है कि सुना है लोग उसे आँख भर के देखते हैं तो उसके शहर में कुछ दिन ठहर के देखते हैं। उसमें एक शेर ये आता है कि सुना है बोले तो बातों से फूल झड़ते हैं, सुना है बोले तो बातों से फूल झड़ते हैं, और ये बात है तो चलो बात करके देखते हैं। तो बात करके देखिए, हो सकता है किस्मत खुल जाए।
You know, I was just, when you were talking about commonalities between faiths, I was just thinking, you know, how common, what was common between Christianity and Guru Nanak. Okay. You know, all children in the Christian faith are baptized, if you know. They take a dip, they put them in the holy vessel and is given a dip. I think Guru Nanak did 3 days of dip. You know, he went to Kali Bain, he vanished, and then 3 kilometers upwards he emerged on the 3rd day and he said Ek Omkar. You know, the first 3 lines of our Japji Sahib, he recited then. So what I'm trying to say is, let us look at what commonalities are if we want to learn. And I fully endorse what Justice Hasnain has said that we must read. I think the habit of reading is going out of our communities, and especially out of our student communities. A copy of a constitution, and I don't say this for any political reasons, please mark my words, I'm sort of making a disclaimer. I think every home should not only have a constitution, but also there should be a tradition to read from father to son, or from a parent, any parent, to their children. I think it's a very good point. Sir, your turn now.
नमस्ते टू ऑल। मैं यहीं से शुरू करूंगा जहां पर हमारे को बच्चों ने छोड़ा था। अव्वल अल्लाह नूर रुपाया कुदरत के सब बंदे, एक नूर पे सब जग रुपया, कौन पले सब कौन बंदे। दिस इज व्हाट जस्टिस साहब जस्ट सेड कि हम सब एक ही जगह से उत्पन्न हुए हैं। शारीरिक रूप में हम कहाँ पर पैदा हुए और उसके बाद हम वो बन गए, हम अपने आप को वो मान लेते, और जबकि जरूरत है अपनी असली उस पहचान को पहचानने। स्वामी विवेकानंद said that each soul is potentially divine. One is to manifest, to know about it, and that is the only real thing one should do. But instead of that, we are following certain norms, we are reading certain books, we are doing the ways of worship, and we are totally engrossed with this, and that is only a secondary. But the real purpose is to manifest that divinity within. And similarly, अभी जैसे कहा कि श्री रामकृष्ण कहते थे कि सबका लक्ष्य एक ही है। अगर आपने छत पर जाना है तो उस छत पर चढ़ने के लिए अलग अलग सीढ़ी के मार्ग हो सकते हैं, पर छत पर जाना एक असली है। तो जितने भी हमारे ये रिलीजन है, हम सबको अलग अलग मार्गों से उस परम पिता परमात्मा तक जोड़ने का ही एक रास्ता है। तो इसी तरीके से मैं बच्चों के साथ यही बात करना चाहूँगा कि आपको ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा पढ़ना चाहिए, क्योंकि सब के सब धर्म हमको अलग अलग मार्गों से ऊपर लेके जाते हैं, और जिसका लक्ष्य एक ही है कि उस परम पिता परमात्मा को जानना कि जिसने हमारे को ये सब कुछ दिया। कि जैसे कि अभी जस्टिस साहब ने बताया कि किसने सड़क बनाई, किसने सूरज बनाया, ये नहीं जानते, पर आज हम उस सब को उपयोग कर रहे हैं। तो जरूरी है उस परमात्मा को जानना जिसने हमारे को ये सब कुछ दिया है, इतना अच्छा जीवन दिया है। और अब छोटी छोटी बातों में एक दूसरे को वार्तालाप करके, क्योंकि हर किसी का लक्ष्य एक ही है, हम एक दूसरे के ऊपर अपने आप को ज्यादा बड़ा दिखाना चाहते हैं। उस बड़ा दिखाने के चक्कर में ये जो हमने अभी जो आज हमारी इंटरफेथ की जो बात चल रही है, that thing is that we are to discuss what is good in my faith. Let me share with you. I am not to criticize you, I am to understand, I am to listen to you, because each and every religion has one thing, and that is the humanity. Each religion teaches the humanity how to be a good human being, how to do good for the self as well as for the society.
Thank you very much. You know, Colonel Cheema, I was listening to you very keenly earlier when you made the address. You talked about developments in the world in terms of technology, which are often called tricknology, because why our children are not reading is because of this. They're reading, not reading enough. They're not reading the right things in this. Correct. So I think AI is going to be our next big challenge in terms of how our society will emerge in terms of behavior, in terms of, I'm aware of the time. Yeah. So we have 10 minutes. So what we'll do is we'll do 2 minutes quick round, final thoughts from each one of you. Rapid fire. And I just wanted to, it was very interesting, this morning I was reading, this morning Albert Einstein wrote a letter on 4th of December 1926 to Max Born. Okay? And he says, I'm convinced that he is referring to God, does not play dice. Okay? He follows the rule and he does not act randomly. Earlier in the week I was at another seminar and we were talking about how there are climate wars now which are going to start because the way 1800 AQI because of farm fires across the regions and in Lahore, and suddenly the winds changed, and then for the past 3 days the winds are in our direction now, so we are facing the brunt. Okay, so I think God is waiting for us, all of us. I'm addressing this issue because you're all young minds here, and I think the mantle is going to fall on your shoulders because we have literally failed you. So essentially I think you need to be made more aware than anybody else in terms of what is ahead for us. Any final thoughts, Mr. Puri?
Swami Vivekananda, during his Chicago address, that is for the students especially, I'm sharing this. He quoted a story that he said that I had heard way back, that there was a well, in that well there was a frog. वो जो frog था, वो अकेला उसमें था. वहाँ पर कीड़े मकोड़े और एल्गी और वो जो खा कर वो बहुत तगड़ा हो गया. तगड़ा होकर वो इधर उधर कूदता रहता था. एक बार अचानक समुद्र से एक और मेंढक उस कुएं के अंदर आके गिर. जब वो कुएं के अंदर वो मेंढक गिरा तो जो कुएं के मेंढक ने उस समुद्र वाले मेंढक से पूछा, तुम कहाँ से आए हो? उसने कहा, मैं समुद्र से आया. समुद्र क्या होता है? समुद्र, उसने कहा, बहुत बड़ा एक पानी का जलाशय हो. कहता बहुत बड़ा? उस मेंढक ने एक तरफ से कूद के दूसरी तरफ कूद के दिखाया. कहता इससे बड़ा? वो कहता ये तो कुछ भी नहीं है. उसने और लंबी छलांग लगाई. कहता इससे बड़ा? वो कहता ये तो कुछ नहीं है, इससे भी बहुत बड़ा. तो स्वामी विवेकानंद सेज कि हम अपनी जो जितने भी हम धर्म और मत को मानते हैं, हम उसी के अंदर तक ही सीमित रह गए हैं. हम वहां तक की ही बातें जानते हैं, उससे बाहर निकल ही नहीं पाते. और जरूरत है आज समाज के अंदर, जो आज खासकर आज की टाइम में, क्योंकि जैसे अभी चीमा साहब ने कहा कि वी आर टोटली एनग्रॉस्ड विद द मोबाइल, वी आर टोटली सेल्फ सेंटर्ड, वी डू नॉट हैव टाइम टू मीट ईच अदर. And these social places like mandir, gurdwaras, masjid are the places where we meet each other, we share something good. So in the same way, Swami Vivekananda said that one has to come out of your will and go around and look for what is good in the other's will. Then only you can have a good living and a good society and the world to live.
Thank you. Justice Hasnain, your 2 minutes.
मैं समझता हूँ कि with due regards and apologies to everybody, मैं नहीं समझता हूँ कि इस वक्त बच्चों के पास या किसी के पास इतना वक्त होता है कि वो मंदिर मस्जिद गुरुद्वारा ज़रूर जाएं कंपल्सरीली. और विद ऑल ड्यू रिगार्ड्स, मैं नहीं समझता कि गुरुद्वारा मस्जिद और वहाँ जो मंदिर हैं वहाँ से उनको वो मिलने वाला है जो हम चाहते हैं. मैं इसको समझता हूँ कि इससे ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है. एक फिर मैं शेर सुनाता हूँ आपको कि मंदिरों मस्जिद बहुत दूर हैं, ऐसा कर लें किसी हंसते हुए बच्चे को हंसाया, किसी रोते हुए बच्चे को हंसाया जाए. अगर आप अपने पड़ोसी से ही मिल लें, अगर आप अपनी कॉलोनी के लोगों से ही मिल लें, तो वो भी एक बहुत बड़ी सर्विस होगी आपको खुद कुएं से निकालकर समंदर में जाने की. हमने प्रॉब्लम ये कर ली है, हमारी कॉलोनीज बन गई हैं, हम पड़ोसी को नहीं जानते. जब पड़ोसी को नहीं जानते तो उसके बारे में क्या जानेंगे. टेक्नोलॉजी से मैं ये हमेशा कहता हूँ बच्चों से, शॉर्ट में मिनट्स पे सेकेंड्स आर टिकिंग, कि टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए कहा गया था कि इट्स अ वेरी गुड सर्वेंट, अ वेरी बैड मास्टर्स. हमने टेक्नोलॉजी को मास्टर बना लिया और टेक्नोलॉजी के ज़रिए से हम सब कुछ जानना चाहते हैं. उस टेक्नोलॉजी पे और ये जो सोशल मीडियाज़ हैं उसके बारे में क्या क्या कुछ आ रहा है, तो वो सिर्फ नुकसान पहुंचा रहा है. और अगर आप आपस में भी बात करके देखेंगे तो आपको मिलेगा कि मोहब्बत सबके दिलों में है. सिर्फ हमने अपनी अपनी खुद की बाउंड्रीज बना ली हैं, हम उस कुएं से बाहर निकल नहीं रहे हैं। तो उस कुएं से बाहर निकलिए और कोशिश करिए कि डायलॉग हो, बातचीत हो, तो आपको बहुत कुछ मिलेगा। कि जो देखना तकरीर की लज्जत की, जो उसने कहा, मैंने ये जाना कि गोया ये भी मेरे दिल में है। जब आप पड़ोसी से पूछेंगे तो वो भी यही कहेगा कि यार स्मॉग बहुत है, चलो पोल्यूशन कम किया जाए। लेकिन हम अपने घर से बात बाहर नहीं निकालते। वो भी कहता है कि हाँ चलो अल्लाह से दुआ करें कि ये स्मॉग ख़त्म हो जाए, ये मारपीट ख़त्म हो जाए, लेकिन हम जानते नहीं, हमको लगता है वो कुछ और चाहता है, और वो उस मेरे ख्याल में वो मेरे लिए कुछ बुरा चाहता है। तो मिल के तो बात करके देखो। एक लास्ट चीज़, एक और बड़ी मशहूर सी एक नज़्म है, उसमें नज़्म नहीं पढ़ूंगा, उसमें ये कहा गया है कि चल के देखो कि जंगल में भी कुछ कानून होता है। जंगल में जिस जानवर का पेट भर जाता है वो अनायास बिला वजह किसी दूसरे को नहीं खाता, लेकिन हम अपनी 7 पुश्तों के लिए सब कुछ एक्वायर करके रखना चाहते हैं। तो हम अगर जंगल से भी सीख लें, हम अगर इंसान होने के बजाय, सॉरी वर्ड को मतलब लिटरल मत लीजिएगा, अगर हम जंगली भी हो जाएं तब भी शायद आज के सिविलाइज्ड नेशन से बेटर हो जाएंगे।
लिटरेचर का नोबेल प्राइज मिले सी एल्बर्ट कम्यू, लेफ्टिस्ट सोशलिस्ट एग्जिस्टेंशलिस्ट फिलोसफर सीगे। उन्होंने बचपन के विच उन्होंने फादर की फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड वॉर से डेथ हो गई सी, तो उस तो बाद उन्होंनी मदर विडो सी, ते वो डेफ ते डम सी, लेकिन वो चाहती सी कि मेरे बच्चों को सब तो बेस्ट कैथलिक इंस्टीट्यूशन च मैं पढ़ावा। सो उन्होंने एल्जीरियस च रहिंदे सी, एल्जीरियस च, ते उत्थे दा जिहड़ा सब तो एक्सपेंसिव स्कूल सीगा, उत्थे जाके प्रिंसीपल नूं कहा कि जी मेरे बच्चों को तुसीं रख लो। उन्हें कहा ठीक है चलो रख लिया, तुसीं विडो हैंडीकैप। सो एल्बर्ट कम्यू नूं बहुत ऑर्थोडॉक्स कैथलिक एजुकेशन मिली, लेकिन वो जो नोबेल प्राइज मिलिया फॉर हिज एग्जिस्टेंशियल राइटिंग्स, तो उन्होंने पहली चीज़ की थी, अपने मास्टर को चिट्ठी लिखी कि इट इज़ बिकॉज ऑफ यू, हिज नेम वाज मुस्यो लुई जमेन, कि आपके कारण मैं यहाँ पहुँचा हूँ। तो मास्टर ने जवाब दिया बिल्कुल ठीक है, मैंने आपको ठीक पढ़ाया था, मैंने आपको सब धर्मों के बारे में सिखाया था, और मैंने आपको उसमें यह भी कहा था कि कई नास्तिक भी होते हैं और कई एग्नोस्टिक भी होते हैं जो कोई अजीब प्रूफ नहीं मानते कि गॉड का कोई प्रूफ है, और उसमें आपको मैंने इतनी अच्छी ग्राउंडिंग दी थी कि आप अपने रीज़न के साथ डिस्कवर करें कि आपकी क्या पर्सनल फिलॉसफी होनी चाहिए। तो ये आपने बहुत अच्छा करा, आप लेफ्टिस्ट हो ठीक है, लेकिन दैट्स ओके विद मी। सो एवरी स्टूडेंट शुड रीजन, not argue but reason and ask questions from teachers. Teachers' job is to answer and to remove their doubts. अगर आप पूछोगे नहीं, टीचर कहेगी जी सब कुछ इनको सब पता है। सो टीचर्स की ड्यूटी है, और मैं दूसरी ड्यूटी जो टीचर्स को लगाना चाहता हूँ स्कूल को, कि आप कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन समझाएं क्या होती है, क्योंकि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में आर्टिकल 51A है फंडामेंटल ड्यूटीज, और फंडामेंटल ड्यूटीज में जो कुछ गुरु नानक साहब ने अपने गुरुओं ने कहा है, अपने पीर पैगंबर ने कहा है, वो सब कुछ इसमें लिखा हुआ है। It shall be the duty of every citizen to promote harmony and the spirit of brotherhood among all the people of India, transcending religious, linguistic or sectional diversities, and denounce practices derogatory to the dignity of women, and also to develop scientific temper, जैसे आपने कहा, humanism and the spirit of inquiry and reform. So ये चीज़ें आपने ज़रूर करनी है, स्कूल में ये इंट्रोड्यूस करिएगा। और मैं एक ज़रूर आपको सजेशन दूंगा कि आपको शायद पता नहीं है कि हमारे चंडीगढ़ के पास 3 धर्मों के बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट स्थान हैं, तो आप क्यों ना उनको सैटरडे को या संडे को एक बस ट्रिप लेके जाएं। फतेहगढ़ साहब लेके जाइएगा, वहाँ पर तीनों धर्म मिल जाएंगे। फतेहगढ़ साहब का गुरुद्वारा तो है, वो तो सब जानते हैं, लेकिन वहाँ पर रोज़ा शरीफ शेख अहमद अली अल सिरंदी मुजाहिदी की जगह है और वो बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट और आपके सूफी सेंट थे। और आपको शायद नहीं पता कि अफगान रॉयल फैमिली अभी भी वहाँ दफनाई जाती है। शाह जमन इज बेरिड देयर, क्योंकि रॉयल फैमिली अफगान की 25 साल लुधियाने में रही थी ब्रिटिश के साथ। और माता चरकेश्वरी देवी श्वेतांबर तीर्थ, वो भी जैन तीर्थ वहाँ है, और गुरुद्वारा फतेहगढ़ साहब भी है। मैंने तो काफ़ी रिलीजियस प्लेसेस को देखा है। और आप जब कोई किसी भी रिलीजियस प्लेस में जाओगे तो आप पहले तो एज टूरिस्ट जाओगे, जाना चाहिए। दूसरी आपको वही वहाँ अच्छी चीज़ लगी, आप दूसरी बार भी जाओगे, भाई मेरे को तो बहुत अच्छा फीलिंग हुई तो मैं जाऊँगा। तीसरी बार भी जाओगे जब आप थोड़ा सा उसका समझना चाहते हो, और चौथी बार जब जाओगे वापस नहीं आओगे, आप वहीं रह जाओगे और आप वहीं वहाँ पर मॉनेस्ट्री में जाके बैठे हो। सो ऐसे है, आपको विजिट करना, जाना, देख के आपको बहुत ज्ञान होगा, और किताबों में शायद ना लिखा, वैसे वहाँ जाके बहुत समझ आएगी। थैंक यू।
I think we are just in time to conclude this session. One final thought. मेरे को इतने शेर और नहीं आते, कविताएं नहीं आती हैं, पर मैंने कुछ लाइंस जो हैं आज मॉर्निंग में लिखी, खुद नहीं लिखी हैं, कहीं से कॉपी करी हैं, which are very very appropriate for concluding this session. तो उसको जरा ध्यान से सुनिएगा, मैं आहिस्ता आहिस्ता बोलूँगा। खुदा की मोहब्बत को फना कौन करेगा, खुदा की मोहब्बत को फना कौन करेगा, सभी बंदे नेक हों तो गुनाह कौन करेगा। ए खुदा मेरे दोस्तों को सलामत रखना, ए खुदा मेरे दोस्तों को सलामत रखना, वरना मेरी सलामती की दुआ कौन करेगा। और I think this is most important, and for this young generation, don't hate anyone, love all, और रखना मेरे दुश्मनों को भी महफूज, और रखना मेरे दुश्मनों को भी महफूज, वरना मेरा तेरे पास आने की दुआ कौन करेगा। Thank you.
Dear panelists, for empowering us with your insights. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to join me in expressing our deepest appreciation to the moderators and the panelists of this panel discussion with a big round of applause. I would now request Mr. Kanwar Sandhu, an eminent journalist, to felicitate the above panelists. I would also request Mrs. Gulshan Kaur, our Honorable Principal, Colonel Daljeet Singh Cheema, to kindly escort the distinguished guests to the stage. A big round of applause. We shall be presenting a token of gratitude to all the moderators and the panelists. This token of gratitude carries the book and a memento, and it also carries a token of greens to commemorate the 30 years of Bhavan Vidyalaya. So ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to all of them. First and foremost, we would like to present a token of gratitude to Mr. Justice Cheema. A token of gratitude to Justice K.S. Garewal. A token of gratitude for Justice Shabihul Hasnain. And yes, a warm token of gratitude to Mr. Piyush Punj. Thank you so much, sirs and ma'ams, for gracing this occasion. I would also request Colonel Cheema to present a token of gratitude to Mr. Kanwar Sandhu. The audience, can I have a big round of applause for all the speakers? speakers for their valuable insights and take home these words of wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the much awaited moment, and that is the release of the book, 101 Divine Thoughts of Guru Nanak Dev Ji, authored by Colonel Daljeet Singh Cheema. A big round of applause for this momentous moment. Colonel Daljeet Singh Cheema is a prolific writer and has written 18 books on academic subjects. Recognizing his intellectual contribution, he was also awarded with the prestigious Punjab Ratna Award. I would now request our Reverend Principal Ma'am, Mrs. Gulshan Kaur, along with Colonel Daljeet Singh Cheema and Justice K.S. Garewal, Justice Shabihul Hasnain, Mr. Balram Gupta, Mr. A.S. Rai IPS, Mr. Ashok Kumar, Lieutenant General Dr. K.J. Singh, PVSM, VSM and BA, Mr. A.N. Mathur, Vice Chairman, Bhavan Vidyalaya Panchkula, Captain Narendra Singh to kindly come on stage. Dear audience, let's honor this momentous moment with a warm wave of applause. Dear audience, can we have a big round of applause for this august gathering here? Dear audience, so this is the much awaited moment, that is the release of the book. So a big round of applause at this momentous moment. The claps must not stop, dear students. This is a moment to remember and cherish. So much to distinguished guests who have graced this occasion. Can we have a big round of applause, and the claps must not stop, children. With this, we now move on to the panel discussion, which is now the second panel discussion. And the theme for this panel discussion is Guru Nanak's philosophy of searching peace, harmony and happiness. Music as creed of worship in Guru Nanak's Bani, and Sufi perspective of love for humanity. Guru Nanak Dev Ji's teachings emphasize that true peace emanates from within and is cultivated through virtuous living, selfless service, and a deep connection to the divine. For Guru Nanak Dev Ji, the search of harmony is not merely an individual quest, but a communal effort of engaging all the followers together to promote justice, equality, and love for one another. From the perspective of Sufism, love for humanity occupies a very core of its mystical teachings. Sufism resonates love as the ultimate truth, an essential force that binds individuals one to another and to the divine. It is with great honor now that we move on to the second panel discussion for today. It is an honor to present the next moderator, Mr. Rupinder Singh, on stage. Can we have a big round of applause for Sir? Sir exemplifies the ideals of excellence and commitment as a distinguished graduate of St. Stephen's College, Delhi. His impressive career includes 6 dynamic years in journalism within the vibrant media scene of New York, where he redefined his craft in one of globe's most prestigious cities. His thoughtful analysis and dedication to journalist integrity has significantly influenced public dialogue. As a skilled author, editor, Mr. Rupinder has made noteworthy contributions to literature. And as a public speaker, he motivates future generations by sharing his experiences and insights. So a big round of applause for Mr. Rupinder. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to invite on stage our next panelist for the second phase of discussion. With an enthusiastic applause, Mr. Balram Gupta. Mr. Balram Gupta is a prominent member of Rotary since 1976. He achieved the honor of being the second individual to earn a PhD in law from Punjab University, which set the stage for his distinguished career focused on legal scholarship and reform. He further enhanced the knowledge as a young social scientist under the renowned Professor Griffith at the London School of Economics. His impact on legal education was significant through his tenure as an honorary dean of the Faculty of Law at Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. Mr. Gupta's remarkable contributions in the legal field and society at large are recognized when he received the Lifetime Achievement Award from Rotary International in 2016. A former director of the National Judicial Academy and professor and chairman of Department of Law at Punjab University, he continues to motivate aspiring legal professionals. So please allow me now to extend a cordial invitation to our next panelist, Mr. A.S. Rai, IPS, to join us on stage. Can we have a big round of applause for Mr. A.S. Rai, IPS. Mr. A.S. Rai is a distinguished officer of the Indian Police Services, where he's held the position of a district police chief. His exemplary leadership was further acknowledged during his role as an additional deputy director of the Intelligence Bureau in New Delhi in 2007, where he significantly contributed to national security efforts. In acknowledgement of his outstanding contributions, he has received the President's Police Medal for Meritorious Service, followed by the President's Police Medal for Distinguished Service of Honor, that underscores his steadfast commitment to his responsibilities. Since March 2022, Mr. Rai has been making a notable difference as the ADGAP traffic in Punjab, where he continues to demonstrate leadership and dedication and a vision for a safer community. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a big round of applause for all our panelists. I'm also honored to invite Dr. Daljeet Singh on stage as our next panelist. Can we have a big round of applause for Sir? Dr. Daljeet Singh is a prominent figure in the realm of music and acoustics, recognized for his significant contribution as a scholar and co-founder of the Nat Music Institute. With 2 decades of research experience at the Boeing Company, Dr. Singh has applied his acoustics expertise to drive innovative developments within the industry. He further advanced his academic credentials by obtaining a PhD in acoustics from Wayne State University in Michigan, USA. As a prolific author, Dr. Singh has produced numerous impactful research papers and has collaborated with various institutions. He has also conducted various numerous workshops across the globe. And dear students, I'm sure you might be interested in this. Presently, he is running the brands of Pirates of Grill, Prey, Prankster and Pizza near me. So with a big round of applause, Dr. Daljeet Singh. Ladies and gentlemen, our final panelist for the second discussion is Mr. Manmeet Singh. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Mr. Manmeet Singh is a visionary who skillfully conducts meditation programs through devotional music, offering transformative experience to his audience. By exploring devotional music, he leads meditation programs that resonate profoundly with participants, guiding them on a path towards inner peace and self-exploration. With a robust background as a management graduate and 15 years of experience in the corporate sector, Mr. Singh has made a courageous choice to pursue his true passion, channelizing his talents into artistic expressions and spiritual development. His commitment to teaching classical and light music has drawn diverse range of students across the globe. So with a big round of applause, can we have for all the panelists and the moderator who are here with us today. And I would now request Mr. Rupinder Singh to kindly proceed with the panel discussions.
Can you hear me? It's a little daunting to follow the panel that came before us, but we'll do our best. We had distinguished people speak before we started, and I'm very happy and proud that we have an equally distinguished group of people who are going to be talking to you today. My role is just a tiny one of being a catalyst, of letting them talk and setting the stage for them. So let me do that. What we are seeking to do is to explore Guru Nanak Dev Ji's timeless message. And it is his philosophy that we look upon to allow us to live in peace, harmony and happiness. Ek Onkar, the belief in oneness of God, is of course central, we all know that. Equally strong is the recognition that there are many parts to it. And somehow we tend to forget this from time to time. Once we recognize this oneness, we recognize that there are no differences in caste, creed, color, gender, or even beings. If there is oneness, it extends to all living beings. And therefore we have to take care of environment and various things, as has been pointed out earlier. It is a blinkered vision that leads us to having discord. And this is nothing new. It was there during Guru Nanak's time also. He encountered it many times, and he sought to rise above it. We all know the Sakhi in Baghdad, where the Guru said that a man of religion can float on a bowl of milk without disturbing, without creating waves. Now that was him. We, on the other hand, are really tiny swimmers who create a lot of splashes and don't move much in our spiritual plane. Yes, we all know Naam Japna, Kirta Karna, Vand Chakna are central. We really don't devote enough attention to it as we ought to. And why is that? Because we find ourselves not understanding Gurbani and not understanding the core message of the Guru. Now, we'll also explore Kirtan, meditation. We have distinguished people here who will tell us about that. And we'll explore the Sufi connection. But above all, we have to remember that what we are seeking here is one family of which we are all a part. And recognizing the oneness of that family. Let's immerse ourselves in these spiritual teachings of the Guru and reflect on their relevance in our journey towards peace and harmony for all of us. We'll have a brief 2 rounds if possible. Given the time constraint that's already come to me, it might be 1. So please limit yourselves. You all have oceans of wisdom which you could share with us, and we need you to find the kernel of that to share with us. I invite Mr. Balram Gupta to talk to us.
It is said, we are one family. Humans and humanity constitute the family. What is the core of the message of Guru Nanak? That is the fundamental aspect that I wish to touch upon this morning. We humans find in the present context the worst enemies of humans. Who is the worst enemy of human rights? We the humans, for that matter. And therefore, we have to look into why humans kill humans, hate humans. The message of Guru Nanak is the best recipe to cultivate, to nurture good human beings. I, as a your teacher, was asked by a bright young mind, what makes a good judge? And my answer at that time, random, was, be a good human being if you wish to be a good judge. If you know the law, that's an additional qualification. This recipe of Guru Nanak holds good all around. I have touched upon this with a purpose. In the present context, this is most relevant, what has happened. Politics is not our aspect. Our main thirst is on human beings. Harold Lasky, the political thinker, wrote a letter to Justice Holmes, and he said, how much I wish if the people could realize that judges are human beings. Justice Holmes wrote back, how much I wish if the judges could realize that they are human beings. This is the true realization in terms of Guru Nanak. People do not today realize that judges are human beings. Once if they realize this aspect, the whole aspect in the present context, the situation that had arisen, becomes absolutely clear. I would not mind naming Justice Chandrachud. He realized that he is a human being. Perfection in human beings is impossible. He did not hide anything. He did not conceal anything. And he accepted that he did prayer to find a solution to the Ayodhya problem. And that how the people are interpreting, forgetting that he has a fundamental right to have his own conscience, his own faith, his own religion for that matter. But that does not mean that the solution that he was seeking was beyond the parameters of the Constitution. Everything has to be touched and tested upon the touchstone of the Constitution. It was a bench of 5 judges, Constitution bench, a unanimous decision. And therefore, can it be said that the prayer that he did was in conflict with, and that he should not have done that? If that would have been so, he would not have even revealed this particular aspect. And therefore, we need to test all the fundamentals of being a good human being as such. See, I am only focusing to clear the smog which is there around this particular aspect. Look at the contribution that he has made, both in jurisprudential aspect of the Constitution and on the administrative side. He made the access to justice open system, live telecasting. That's the best parameter of upholding the rule of law. Absolutely. The discipline, the judicial culture, the judicial discipline, absolutely open. And therefore, he did not have to hide, conceal anything at all. He revealed that. Even that puja aspect of it. Every good human being would do puja. And the only question is, why in the company of so and so? The answer is whether the judicial aspect, the judicial role of the human being, the judge, is going to be influenced by that particular aspect of the matter. If we look into Guru Nanak's teachings, absolutely beyond that, all humans are equals for that matter. And in that particular process, the role that he played to a mind, the contribution that he has made, comes out so very well. I would only conclude by saying the recipe of a good human being as given by Guru Nanak is the best recipe in the present context. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. My mistake, I should have said 5 minutes for each person. And now, no, not at all. Now I invite A.S. Rai to share his thoughts with us.
Thank you, sir. First of all, let me congratulate Colonel D.S. Cheema for organizing this event and organizing this event in an educational institute where I see young students are present here. Whatever we have learned in life, it is our duty to pass on that learning to the young generation because they will carry forward that tradition. Guru Nanak was, as he gave the word Sikh to his followers, was a learner. And he was a learner combined with humility, as Dr. Rupinder just highlighted. He was never willing to judge the other person. He was willing to learn from everyone. And as he had his Siddh Gosht, and when he went to the Siddhs, he said that you know the truth, I know the truth, but that truth is something which is much larger than any one of us. And it is only by a dialogue, you say your this thing, I will submit my proposition. And it is only by a dialogue that we will be able to have a larger glimpse of the truth. So these two principles, to be always a learner, and second, to be always humble, and the third, to engage people, to engage with the world as such, not to become reclusive from the problem, but to engage with the problem and work out a solution to a problem. This was a third aspect. He did not renounce the word and go away from the word. He engaged with the word. I'm so happy that these value systems, which were initiated by him, are being reiterated in an educational institution, because education is the way to learning. And as motto of a Punjabi university says, Vidya Vachari Ta Parapkari. He laid great emphasis on the education, but added Vidya Vichari, not just a rote learning of the traditional system, but to have deliberations on what you read and use that deliberation, use that argument, use that dialogue for the greater benefit of the society. So once again, I would thank everyone, especially the august panel here, Dr. Colonel Daljeet Cheema, for giving this opportunity to be here with you and holding this in an educational institution. And I only hope that in the times to come, these values which were submitted, which were given by him, are carried forward. practice was another. He never came, even in the last stage of his life, he practiced being a householder. He created a community of people in Kartarpur. So, these are the preliminary, and after me, there are people who are exponents of music. Music was something which was very dear to Guru Nanak, as we have read. Music is what unites us with that harmony, that symphony that is there in the universe. So I'll pass on the mic to Dr. Manjeet Singh.
Thank you, Mr. So I would like to thank our moderator, Mr. Rupinder Singh Ji, and my colleague panelists here, and all the dignitaries who are here. I will do a mix of Punjabi and English. Being a professionally trained engineer and worked for so many years in US, I had a passion for Kirtan, which came at almost the same time when I started my education in engineering, and later on it developed into at a level where currently I am full-time doing music. So when I started learning music, one thing I found which was common in every single book on music. The first line, or in the first paragraph, I read, music is a universal language. And that's what Guru Nanak Sahib realized and made music as an integral part of his teachings. एक गल सानू हमेशा देखने च सुनन चाहती है कि गुरु नानक साहब जिथे भी गए उत्थे उन्होंने किसी नाल गल कीती नहीं कीती ਇਹਦੇ बारे गल की जा सकती है, बट एक गल क्लीयरली उत्थे उन्होंने कीर्तन जरूर किया. Wherever he went, he did kirtan, and something different happened there when Guru Nanak Sahib used to do kirtan. We know Sakhis that just by singing a shabad, the life of the person was changed who was listening to the shabad. So what was so special in Guru Nanak Sahib's singing? And I think that was the way he sang. And we are fortunate that he recorded as is how he sang in Guru Granth Sahib. So the message we all know is always important, but the tone of the message is even more important because it can change the meaning. But Guru Nanak Sahib knew that if I use a universal language of music and try to convey my message, it will definitely go across. So ਇਹਦੇ ਲਈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਚੁਣਿਆ ਤਿੰਨ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨੀ ਚਾਹਾਂਗਾ, but due to the time limitation I will focus only on one. I will mention all three but only talk about one.
नहीं, time limitation तो मैंने already पर्चा आ गया.
Sure.
So let's talk about
एक चीज,
let them get the idea of the three things you have to say.
So the first thing is the inclusion of rag. Just by introducing rag in his Bani, he made the Bani universal. आज एक राग सीखना होए ना ते सानू चंगा गुरु लभन च 5 साल लग जाते हैं. सीखने की गल तो बात ही है, And imagine how much one will learn when one will start his journey of learning of music alone. Second is the instrument rabab, which we all saw today. Again, a very integral part of the music. And the third is companion, Pai Mardana. Imagine somebody going on a journey, a very long journey, which lasted more than 27 years. Total udasiyan. If I am going somewhere for that long or even for few years, what kind of person I will want with me? Maybe some handyman or maybe some accountant or somebody who can take care of my funds. But no, what did he choose? He chose Pai Mardana.
Beautiful.
The Pai Mardana was the 10 ਸਾਲ ਵੱਡੇ ਵੀ ਸੀ. So these are the things, and I just want to end here with the Shabad that I just hinted on, which is written by almost every historian. Sajjan Thag ਬਾਰੇ. Sajjan Thag ਬਾਰੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਉਚਾਰਿਆ ਸੀਗਾ, and he listened to the Shabad, and his life changed. From a thief he turned into a preacher. And the Shabad was, Sajjan sei naal main chaldiyan naal chalan jithe lekha mangiya tithe khade dasan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Colonel Cheema and Sibhya ji, for this opportunity to be here. मेरे तो जेड़े बुजुर्ग ने, मेरे तो जेड़े गुणी ने, वो इन्ने ने इस ऑडिटोरियम कि मैंने कुछ कहने जैसा लग नहीं रहा, कुछ करन जैसा लग रहा। एक शेर है, कभी कभी हमने यूं भी इस दिल को समझाया है, कभी कभी हमने यूं भी इस दिल को समझाया है, जिन बातों को खुद नहीं समझे औरों को समझाया है। मैं तो आप सीख के जा रहा, पर जान दा वेला हले आया नहीं। We are in the midway of the panel discussions. There are 2 more to happen. I first want to appreciate the children sitting in the hall. So disciplined. इन्होंने उदाहरण बन के दिखाया। गुरु नानक साहब की बाणी जपजी साहब च सुनिए दी पौड़ी, कितनी खूबसूरती नाल बच्चों तुसी सुन रहे हो। मैं रिक्वेस्ट करा सारे पैनलिस्ट नूं, सारे इनवाइटीज नूं कि बच्चों वास्ते तालियां बजा दी। नानक साहब कहते सुनिए सिंध पीर सुरनाथ, सुनिए धरत तवल आकाश। It is difficult to explain the meanings, but the very fact that तुसी सुन रहे हो, मैनू प्रेरणा मिली कि मैं भी सुना। The very beginning of the day when we were singing, तुसी गाया नाल, और गुरु नानक साहब ने जिस तरह डॉक्टर मनजीत ने दस रहे सी अपनी प्रीचिंग्स नू गा के ही दिता। जिथे भी गए अपना गीत उसनू माध्यम बनाया। So what I want to really do is, I of course don't think we have enough time to sing or allow everyone to sing, but I want to invite at least 3 children to tell me what have you learned so far in the day. Any 3 students, and you will have to be loud enough to be able to say from wherever you are sitting. Can you please tell us if there is anything we will be able to give to you. Yeah, please raise your hand. नहीं नहीं मैम खड़े होंगे तो बच्चे डर जाएं. Yes, beta. Or you could come here. You could come here if you want to be heard. Sorry if I am taking longer than what we need, but if we have not been able to give what we are here for, then probably the purpose is not really solved. Yeah, please. Yes, beta.
Wonderful idea.
Sir, today in this session, panel discussion that we've been having, I learned that music is a universal language, and even though if you don't know the language in which they are singing, we can still connect it within our hearts, that we can still understand what he's trying to say or trying to speak.
Thank you. Thank you.
Namaste to one and all. My name is Darsh Khanna and I've been in this school since 10 years. I think so this day is the best day of my life. Probably I learned something that wasn't given to me rather by anyone else. Today by the panel discussion, not only I gained the insights regarding the true teachings of Guru Nanak, but also I understood that there is only one God, the true meaning of one God. Sir told today that we should have deep knowledge about the constitution itself, our rights, because that's a very important part of our life. And with this panel discussion, I gained the insights regarding the love, compassion are the true motives of this life, and each and every individual should face these difficulties probably with the love and the compassion itself, and that is what I have got. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So today during this session I learned that there are many gods, but the motive of every god is same, to propagate the meaning of love and compassion. Like we as in the previous panel said that only one, like the earth and the universe is made by only one God, so there is one God, and there is only one motive of God to propagate love and compassion.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
I had very diligently prepared notes which I was going to talk to you about, but these children have left me speechless, and I will concede my time to them. Thank you very much, panelists, for getting us here where we could get the children to talk to us and learn from them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear panelists, for an engaging session. I would now request Colonel D.S. Cheema sir and Mrs. Gulshan Kaur to kindly escort Justice K.S. Garewal to felicitate the moderators and the panelists of this session. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause? First and foremost, I would request Colonel Cheema and Mrs. Gulshan Kaur, our Honorable Principal, to present a token of gratitude to Mr. Rupinder Singh. Dear students, we must not stop appreciating them. They have given their valuable time and insights to each one of you. A token of appreciation to Mr. Balram Gupta. Can we have a big round of applause for Mr. Balram Gupta, please? Mr. A.S. Rai. Dear students, please give a big round of applause for Mr. A.S. Rai. Another token of appreciation to Mr. Daljeet Singh. And another token of appreciation to Dr. Daljeet Singh, please. Dear audience, can we have a big round of applause for all the panelists and the time they have played out? Dear students, please give a big round of applause for the Service Treasury. It's your time to appreciate the valuable time that they've spared for you. Thank you so much, sirs, and thank you so much, madam. With this, let us take a refreshing break to enjoy some tea and connect over with the ideas that we have been sharing so far. We shall reconvene at 12:55 p.m. to continue with our panel discussions. So, dear audience, a big round of applause for all the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We now move on to the third panel discussion, which will explore the theme of love and compassion inherent in all faiths and intertwined nature of religion and spirituality. We are privileged to invite the moderator for the third panel discussion on stage, Dr. Muhammad Khalid. Let's hear an appreciative round of applause for him. As a well-respected political analyst and a dynamic participant in national television debates, Dr. Khalid has significantly enriched public discourse, imparting his expertise and viewpoints to a wide range of audience. A respected member of numerous esteemed boards and institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, I feel privileged to invite the first panelist for the discussion, and that is Ambassador Ashok Kumar, IFS. Let us express our appreciation with an enthusiastic applause. Ambassador Ashok Kumar. He'll join us in a couple of minutes. Ambassador Ashok Kumar is a prominent figure in the Indian diplomacy, having begun his career in the Indian Revenue Service in 1977. Before moving to the Indian Foreign Service in 1970. His extensive assignments in countries such as Syria, Bahrain, Singapore, Afghanistan, Australia and Egypt have enriched his perspective on global affairs. With the Ministry of External Affairs in New Delhi, he holds several key roles. So a big round of applause in case Ambassador Ashok Kumar is here with us. I would request him to kindly be seated as a panelist. So students, a big round of applause for sir. I'm delighted to invite Dr. Retd Singh on stage as the next panelist. So let us have a very appreciative round of applause for Dr. Retd Singh. Dr. Retd Singh is an exceptional figure whose extensive qualification demonstrates her steadfast dedication to learning and innovation. Holding a PhD specializing in philosophical psychology, she serves as a symbol of intellectual excellence. A distinguished poet, Dr. Singh has published 4 poetry collections and is currently developing a new work that delves into the relationship between science and spirituality. A big round of applause for Dr. Daljeet Singh. And formally invite on stage Mr. Ashwini Kumar as our next panelist. Mr. Ashwini Kumar, can we have a big round of applause for sir? Is a passionate learner and advocate whose profound dedication to literature and social service has significantly influenced the society. As a founding member and the current Global Trustee for Asia of the United Religions Initiative, he has actively promoted non-violence through interfaith dialogue since 1999, enhancing understanding and collaboration among various communities. Mr. Ashwini Kumar exemplifies how an individual efforts can lead to transformative change. A big round of applause for sir. With utmost respect, I now like to welcome on stage our next panelist, Professor Anil Sarwal. Can we have a big round of applause to him? Professor Anil Sarwal, in his capacity as a chairperson of the Spiritual Assembly of Baha'i of Chandigarh, Professor Sarwal actively fosters principles of unity, peace and social justice within the community. Having previously held the position of ex-dean of Students' Welfare at DAV College, he demonstrates a deep commitment to comprehensive development of students. A big round of applause for sir. It's my distinct honor to invite Pastor Cherian John on stage. A big round of applause for sir. Can we welcome him with a loud voice? Pastor Cherian is a dedicated spiritual leader who had devoted his life to serving God since his youth. In founding the Faith Community Center in Chandigarh, Pastor John created a welcoming space that encourages spiritual development and fellowship among a diverse group of individuals. I now request Dr. Muhammad Khalid to kindly proceed with the panel discussion. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. First of all, I congratulate Colonel Cheema for organizing such a beautiful event. And this interfaith dialogue has turned into a space of spirituality. Right from the beginning, the way the people who have come here full of wisdom and knowledge and experience, they have told different aspects of spiritualism, religion, humanity, and putting all the heads together. At this point of time, I congratulate the staff and the principal of Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan for organizing this event. Coming to the theme of this session, we had 2 sessions earlier. The third session which we have now is compassion and faith in all the religions. In the morning when there was a prayer which was going on, I was listening to, there was one verse from Quran. That was, this is the first introduction to the Quran. When Quran starts, the first surah, before that this is the verse which is called Surah Fatiha. And what it means, I want to speak in Arabic, that शुरू करता हूँ अल्लाह के नाम से, सब तारीफ़ें उसी के लिए हैं, वो रहमान है और रहीम है, कायनात का मालिक है, हम तेरी ही इबादत करते हैं, तुझसे ही मदद मांगते हैं, दिखा हमको राह सीधी, वो राह जो उन लोगों की है जिन पर तूने कर्म किया है, ना कि उन लोगों की राह जो गुमराह हो चुके हैं. That is the actual literal meaning of that verse which was read in the morning. And all the religions, because it was in Arabic, so I wanted to explain it. So that means that all the religions try to speak the same theme. And when Colonel Cheema in the morning was talking about the theme of the today's event, I was listening to very carefully that especially in these times, talking about interfaith harmony, interfaith dialogue, it has become all the more relevant and all the more important. Coming to this session, because we have distinguished panelists from different backgrounds. Before I give them the mic, because I won't speak much after that. After that, the mic will be with you. The Christianity, it says it offers salvation and eternal life. It talks about, even Islam also talks about Jannat, salvation. Even Hinduism also talks about. Baha'i faith talks about oneness of God and oneness in humanity. And Sikhism talks about Naam Japo, Vand Chako, Kirt Karo, and also live an honest and compassionate life. Hinduism talks about meditation, about karma, about dharma, about moksha, about cyclic way of life. And similarly, Judaism also talks about one God. So what I want to say is that all the religions have almost same message, but coming from through different modes, different languages, different ways. But message is the same. That is the compassion, that is the love, that is the peace, and this is what we intend to talk in this particular session. And I will start with my distinguished panelists. And please, I don't want to get a parchi from that you are overstepping the time. So I will start with Ashok Kumarji. He is a distinguished career IFS officer. He will talk about the compassion, love in his own way. Jesus.
Thank you, sir. Guru Nanak Sahib, whose birthday we are celebrating, and this edition of Interfaith Dialogue is celebration of Shri Guru Nanak Dev Ji. In one sentence, if I have to say what is the message, it's a message of love. First, before I explain further what he meant by love, we need to understand that this kind of mistakes, who is one of the biggest, most important mistakes in the world, and similar like him, who are they? They look like us, like they are like us. Fifth Guru explains it very lucidly. Janam maran do mein nahi, jan par apakari aaye, jeev daan de bhakti layan, harso layan balaye. They come with a purpose, they come with a mission, they come with the power to execute that purpose. So was Guru Nanak. His message of love. Actually, he extended an invitation of love to everybody. And he also attached a price with that invitation. He said, Jeko prem khiln ka chao, sirthar tali gali mori aao, it marg pair trije sir dije kaan na kije. This is love. It has a price, it has a sacrifice, and demonstrated by the Gurus themselves. तभी तो बैठ गए, गला कटा दिया, बोझे उठा लिए. That is expression of love. That is the sacrifice. And the 10th Guru, we all know that we don't even have words to describe how he sacrificed. But after he has sacrificed everything, did he stop loving the God? No. Mitra pyare nu hal marita da kehna. He lost everything, and then he wrote this Shabad. Yared da sanu satthar changa pat khedyan da rehna. He says whatever gone through, in spite of it, this is nothing. I do not go for anything worldly, for anything tempting, then love for my God. And not only Sikh gurus, all saints, the message in love. Christ has said, God is love, love is God. The purest and the highest form of love is God. Like purest form of carbon is diamond. A saint from Rajasthan, दादू दयाल जी says, इश्क अल्लाह का नाम है, इश्क अल्लाह की जात. His name is Ishq. His Jaat is Ishq. So if his Jaat is Ishq, how can our Jaat be different? मानव की जात सब एक पहचान वो गुरु साहब कहते. Then first Guru said about the love. He also concluded with that. 10th Guru, कहता हूँ सुन लो सभी जिन प्रेम किए तिन्हीं प्राप्त पाए. So love is the foundation. Love is the basis of all religions. Love informs religion. The difference comes in the rituals. In the Maryada, different kind of Maryada, they become different. In due course, that Maryada becomes very strong. We forget the reality within. We look at the velvet box in which the jewel was kept. We only look at the box, forget the jewel. So we need to recognize that. I was posted in Canada as Consul General of India, and my neighborhood I happened to meet a friend. Then I came to know he's from Pakistan. He told me that, Christ has said something very disturbing. I said, what has he said? He said he has come. He said he talked about sword. He said he will separate people from one another. He said that. I took out the quotation and gave him. Christ did say it. I am not come here to establish peace in the world. I have come with the sword to separate son from the father, daughter from mother, daughter-in-law from mother-in-law. He was talking in mystic terms. He is a saint. He has a purpose. He is a mystic. His purpose is coming to life here. He wanted his marked sheep, with the word he used, to separate them, to detach them from his others, so that he can be attached to the Holy Ghost and they can be taken back. That was a mystic message. I think it's a bare lack of understanding of other religions, and we get into difficulties. I think that should be avoided.
Thank you, sir. Ashok Kumarji has talked about the Ishq. We also know the men of literature, Ishq Hakiki and Ishq Mizaji. And Ishq Hakiki is the basis of all Sufi sects and all the Sufi thought. So Ishq Hakiki is also very important, and one time or the other in life we also indulge into Ishq Hakiki. जब इश्क मिजाजी तो थक जन्ने हैं, फिर इश्क हकीकी वाल तुर पन्ने हैं. Anyhow, we have a great panelist amongst us, that is Ms. Retd Singh. She will give her views about the love, compassion, religion and spirituality. Retd Singh.
Sat Sri Akal, good afternoon, and Namaste, and Salam Alaikum. And what else can I say? Since it's an interfaith seminar, I think greeting, of course, is essential, but the greeting should come from the heart. It really doesn't matter what it is. I am extremely honored that Colonel Cheema invited me for this Interfaith Symposium, which he was talking about for the last 6 months or more. And I agreed, yes. But you know, I am extremely sorry I couldn't come in the morning to hear the rest of my fellow panelists and speakers, because I was really not feeling too well. So you will have to excuse me in case I'm really not in my best element, but whatever I will be speaking will come from the heart. And this is a theme which is really, really close to my heart, and Guru Nanak was my favorite guru ever since I was a little girl in boarding school in Wellams. I was 3 years old, and I used to wear his little picture in my neck in a little locket, and I used to pray to him every night. Since it was a very British boarding school, I had to really hide and pray because we were supposed to do our English prayers. But I've always had this very special feeling for him. So I feel he kind of sent me here to say whatever I can about his teachings and his message to the world. And this is a very special day because this is his 555th anniversary, and I remember even on his 500th anniversary, I would go to the Gurdwara as a little schoolgirl and do seva in the langar, because I think that is one of the things we're all taught in every religion, seva. And love, I feel, is the closest topic to my heart. Even I write poetry, I have 4 published books, and the critics have called them Sufi. So whatever I understood of Sufi was, I presume they are Sufi because they were written for the divine, and it's love poetry. And I feel that I sense the presence of Guru Nanak. I mean, this is a very personal feeling that his time has come now when people have started understanding what he really stood for. I think the concept of love is after COVID. I think all of us must have experienced this, that people became closer to each other in their families, and people started discovering the meaning and the value of love. I mean, love, of course, has existed since human evolution, but the way we are experiencing it now, it's like Saab is named as interfaith. I mean, what is religion? Religion is a ritualistic way of expressing love, and spirituality is the essence. So it's, when we combine the two, we flow in that feel of love. And the flow is what is really required, and that is what connects each one of us to each other, so that we all rise together in this essential form of love. I really haven't prepared anything I thought I would talk about, so you will have to just allow me the space to express my views in that particular flow which I feel. And of course he talked about compassion, understanding, and transcending any labels which were put down by religion. Because there are many anecdotes. I think all of us have read them in our school books, that when he went to Makkah, it sort of they said do not put, as the religious leaders in the Muslim community said, don't put your feet towards Mecca, but then they say Mecca moved wherever he put his feet. So I don't think it's worth it that I keep narrating these little incidents, especially for the school children who are pretty used to them. I think it's more important that you understand the essence of what Guru Nanak stood for. And very recently, my very dear friend Daljeet Singh has just come out with his docu-series on the travels of Guru Nanak, where he just sent me this little clip on this Gurdwara in Bidar, where the Muslims come and pray and the Sikhs come and pray. So it's like a mingling of faiths where nobody really thinks about whether I'm a Muslim, whether I'm a Sikh, whether I'm a Christian. These are just social norms given to us to define us within a system. But because I think as a human being, we all need to identify with a system. I'm also a psychotherapist, I'm a psychologist, and I teach spirituality, whatever little I understand of it, in the University of Hawaii. And I was pleasantly surprised the first time I went there, that as we had grown up thinking that India was the land of spirituality, they seem to understand the essence far more than us. Because it's all about love and the flow. Okay, I think it's about time I allow my other fellows.
If we have time, we will have a second round also. Love, compassion and spirituality. This is basic to the ultimate relaxation of human mind. Without that, you cannot be at ease with yourself. And we must encounter some moments in our daily routine, and we must come across and we must try to look at the importance of love, compassion, which is in everybody, in every religion. It is inbuilt there. Only thing is how we interpret it. For example, Rini Singh ji talked about the Muslims and all. If you go to Kartar Sahib, if you go to Nankana Sahib, you will find the religious, the Muslim families, local Muslim families, coming with the same devotion to those places of spirituality as we are going from across the border. Anyhow, I will now, because we have to keep up with the time, I will now request Shri Kamarji, one of our great panelists, and he will give his views about the religion, spirituality, love and compassion. Shri Kamarji.
प्रणाम। मेरी ऐसी औकात नहीं है कि मैं शास्त्री जी जैसे और बाकी सब लोगों के सामने आपके साथ नानक साहब के कोई दो वचन कर सकूं। जिन्होंने नानक को छुआ है उनसे कुछ को देखने की कोशिश मैंने की। आप चितारे मैं मिले, मैं मिलिए सुख होए, फरीदा जे तू मेरा होए रहो, सब जग तेरा होए। It is a dialogue with yourself, only dialogue। जो फरीद कहता है कि करिए, अपने आप से करेंगे तो आपको वो मिलेगा। सब लोग मेरे समेत और सब जितने भी छोटे बड़े सब यहाँ बैठे हैं, हम धर्म की परिभाषाओं को जानने से पहले परमात्मा से मिलना चाहते हैं। ऐसा ही मैंने भी चाहा और ऐसे ही गुरुदेव टैगोर ने भी चाहा। उनका कहना है कि जब मैं उसको खोजने निकला तो मेरे को ये पता चला कि वो ब्रह्मांड के किस हिस्से में रहता है परमात्मा। फिर थोड़ा मैंने और खोजा तो मेरे को ये पता चला कि वो किस देश में रहता है। फिर थोड़ा और खोजा तो पता चला कि वो किस प्रांत में रहता है। फिर खोजा तो पता चला वो किस शहर में रहता है, किस मोहल्ले में रहता है। किस गली में रहता है, और एक दिन रविंद्र की जिंदगी में वो भी आया जिस दिन वो परमात्मा के घर के दरवाजे पर खड़ा था, और जैसे ही खटखटाने लगा तो बोला, रविंद्र क्या करने लगे हो? अगर वो आ जाएगा, खटखटा दोगे, मिलोगे तो क्या करोगे? मैं लौट आया। अब मेरे को ये तो मालूम है कि ब्रह्मांड के किस कॉन्टिनेंट में, किस मोहल्ले में, किस गली में, किस देश में वो रहता है, लेकिन मैं उसका दरवाज़ा नहीं खटखटाता। इससे मैंने ये जानने की कोशिश की, अगर उनको ही थोड़ा जान लिया जाए जिन्होंने नानक को छुआ है, जिन्होंने परमात्मा को छुआ है, तो अच्छा होगा। नोबेल प्राइज शायद गुरुदेव को ऐसे ही नहीं दे दिया गया था, वो हिंदुस्तानियों की तरफ से भी नहीं दिया गया था। जिन्होंने उनको वो प्राइज़ दिया था उसको भी जानने की मैंने जब कोशिश की तो ये पता चला कि उन्होंने बहुत 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 गहन तरीके से टैगोर को पढ़ा था, उनके कविताओं को पढ़ा था, उनके म्यूज़िक को पढ़ा था। और उसके बाद ये भी पता चला कि वो अपने पिताजी और अपने भाई साहब के साथ अमृतसर में आकर बहुत से देर तक राग सीखने की विद्या के लिए महीनों अमृतसर में गुरुद्वारा में रहे थे, अमृतसर गोल्डन टेम्पल में रहे थे। और वहाँ से उनकी ये भी कोशिश थी कि वो जो रागी सिंह यहाँ कीर्तन करते हैं, जो क्लासिकल म्यूज़िक में गाते हैं, हमारे बीच में ऐसे ऐसे विद्वान बैठे हैं जो क्लासिकल म्यूज़िक के ज्ञाता हैं। मैं तो, मेरी औकात नहीं है कि मैं उसके बारे में भी कोई बात कर पाऊँ, लेकिन वो चाहते थे कि वो सिंह साहबान उनके साथ उनकी यूनिवर्सिटी में चलें, उनके विश्वविद्यालय में चलें और उनको पढ़ाएँ। इस बात का तब पता चला जब हमारे एक गुरुजी श्री हरपाल सिंह जी पन्नू, रिलीजियस स्टडीज़ हेड ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंट पंजाब यूनिवर्सिटी, शांति निकेतन में गए। जब वो वहाँ घूम रहे थे तो दरख्त के नीचे ब्लैक बोर्ड पर एक शब्द लिखा जा रहा था जो उनके म्यूजिक की क्लास के लिए पढ़ाया जाना था। वो था सर्वजूत तो
little short because time is running out. Little short.
It's okay, sir. It's okay, please. तो वो जो म्यूजिक का शब्द वहाँ क्लास पढ़ाने के लिए लिखा गया था वो गुरु गोविंद सिंह जी का लिखा हुआ था। और उसकी म्यूजिक की बेसिक क्लास क्यों पढ़ाई जा रही थी ये बताने की मेरे पास समय भी नहीं है। मैं आपसे विनती करूंगा कि उसको पढ़ेंगे तो आपको मज़ा आएगा। ये बच्चे सब उसके बारे में पढ़ेंगे तो मज़ा आएगा। और ज़्यादा मैं इसके बारे में कुछ नहीं कहना चाहूँगा, मेरे को कुछ नहीं मालूम है। नानक साहब की रबाब से ये प्रोग्राम ये शुरू हुआ था। परिंदे की रबाब जो नानक साहब ने मंगवाई थी, मर्दाना कैसे लेके आया था, वो भी प्रवचन पढ़ने लायक है, सुनने लायक है, उसको भी पढ़िएगा। इससे ज़्यादा मैं कुछ नहीं कहना चाहूँगा। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। अगर मेरे से कुछ गुस्ताखी हो गई हो तो आप मुझे क्षमा कीजिएगा। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू वेरी मच सरवार साहब एंड पास्टर साहब। वी हैव 5 minutes each. Please try to be little brief. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My fellow panelists, enlightened audience, and dear students. I've whole life been a teacher. It's always a pleasure to be in an institution where there are students. When I came into the portals of this school, I saw the beautiful paintings, and it's full. So the talent you have shown through art, and art is a form of love. I have written some points because I have just 5 minutes. I hope you will give me 5 minutes, not asking for more. A professor speaks for 45 minutes, but he has limited me to 5 minutes. Okay, it's a festival time, a very auspicious time. We had Diwali, we had the birth anniversaries of Baha'u'llah and the founder prophets of the Baha'i faith, and today we are celebrating the Jayanti of Guru Nanak Dev Ji. So it's a pleasure to be here amongst all and to talk about faiths and religion, spirituality, love, compassion. I want to thank Colonel Cheema and Bhavan Vidyalaya for this opportunity to be in touch with the students and the enlightened guests. If I think of love, I have read the origin of creation from the Vedas, and the rishis realized that love is the cause of creation. And in all the religions we believe, God says to man, I love thy creation, therefore I created thee. If thou lovest me not, my love can in no wise reach thee. We were talking about Ishq Hakiki, if we do not love, see, there is sun shining all around you. You enclose yourself in a dark room, draw the curtains, and you say there is no sun. So, if you want to know God, if you want to have His love, just now he mentioned about Tagore, I just did an article on Tagore in the Bible. Whosoever seeks God, he gets it, he realizes Him, he feels Him. So this is a great thing which you should have, the aim of your life to be united with God. Now the rishis of the Vedas asked, how can we unite with God? How can we show our love to God? How can we love God? He explained that, God is the creator of this ever expanding universe. How do you show love to Him? You don't know where He lives, you don't know what is His shape, you don't know what is His color. How do you love Him? And the rishis answered, by loving His creation. Good one. This is the most important thing. If you love God, you must love His creation, whether it is the trees, the plants, the animals, or it is human beings. Look at the wars that are taking place. We are talking about pollution in Chandigarh. Today, in the morning at lake, many people did not turn up because they were scared of the pollution that has been created. And why is it? Because war is the greatest pollutant. We are talking about all other things, we are not talking about war. And war can only be stopped if there is loving consultation, if there is reflection, if there is compassion for other human beings. I have interviewed about, I'll just stop. I am sorry, Okay, so that is one. How do we love God? By serving His creation, by loving other human beings.
That is the loving the humanity.
Yes. So what is compassion then? When you love humanity, you become compassionate. You develop empathy towards others. So you would like to treat a sick person. Just now our maid had dengue. And she is a poor girl. She went to government hospital in Sector 22. She went to Sector 16 hospital. She was not looked after. Her platelet count came down to 4,000. Our neighbor took her to healing hospital, paid 25,000 on the spot. Then we also contributed some. Yes. So what is compassion? Compassion is caring what who are poor. They are treasure of God amongst us. Do we have feeling for them, or are we only involved about? So, last thing I want to say. My wife says, you talk about love, you talk about unity to all the people. I have been to 25 countries talking about love and unity. He says you have to first create unity at home. So, fortunately she is not here. So what we need is to become a good role model. If we are talking about love, we must act upon this. And we should then act, reflect, be an agent of change. And lastly, I love this image. We should be like a candle. A candle weaves its life away, drop by drop, and gives light to the world. If this is our aim, definitely the light of love will shine in the world, the wars will come to an end, we will have peace and result in prosperity, and the world will be united.
Thank you very much. सरवाल साहब वैसे भी चंडीगढ़ में बहुत सी ऐसी एक्टिविटीज़ करवाते रहते हैं जो इंटरफेथ डायलॉग, इंटरफेथ डिस्कशन फोरम्स जो हैं उसमें काफ़ी एक्टिव रोल प्ले करते हैं चंडीगढ़ में. Now I come to the last distinguished panelist of this panel discussion, that is Pastor John. And Pastor John, 5 minutes to you. Please try to conclude in 5 minutes.
Sure. Distinguished panelists, august audience, and wonderful children, a happy Children's Day. You have been fantastic. My heartfelt thanks to Colonel Cheema for this invitation. I'm truly honored to come and be part of all of this celebration. And how can I not mention the Sikh brotherhood when we talk about love and compassion for the amazing humanitarian help done worldwide, like Khalsa Aid, Hemkund Foundation, United Sikhs, and so many. We salute the Sikh community on this occasion. Your work for people of our country during COVID and the world over has been phenomenal. Coming back to our topic, I just want to take a few minutes of yours, because I represent the Christian community of the Tri-City. Love and compassion is the very embodiment of the Bible. And Jesus said, God is love. If you abide in love, God abides in you and you abide in Him. My dear friends, panelists, we've all been talking about how to love God. But I want to talk about one verse which is very dear to me in the Bible, which says, God so loved the whole world that whosoever believeth in Him shall never perish. But He also said, God so loved the whole world that He gave His only begotten Son, Jesus Christ. Whoso believeth in Him will not perish, but live for eternal life, as you just mentioned about the salvation. My dear friends, we need God's love. If Jesus would have been here, He would have hugged all of us. He would have hugged Colonel Cheema and said, good. He would have thanked him for the initiative of bringing his children together. This morning, what the world needs is God's love. We need His touch. We need the compassion. Because Jesus, through His life, He showed that compassion. He fed the 5,000. He fed the 4,000. He healed the sick. He wept when He saw the city which was without a shepherd. This afternoon, as we conclude this session, what I think we need is a touch from Him. We need a touch from the Almighty God. I'll tell you a story. There was an auction many years ago in the US. And as you know, all of you may have seen an auction. There were many articles that were being sold there, and it was quickly being auctioned. But suddenly the person who was running the auction, he took out an old violin which was full of dust, and he was trying to get the audience, the people there, to quote a price. And he kept saying, $1, $1. Nobody was there to respond. Then somebody said $1. Quickly somebody said $2. It stopped at $3, not more than that. Suddenly, an old frail man walked into that room, picked up that violin, cleaned the dust, and started playing the most melodious tune, as we've just been hearing about music, the universal language. When he started playing that tune on that violin, which was old, everybody had tears in their eyes. To cut the long story short, the auctioneer again said, how much now can we bid for this violin? And they said $1,000. Somebody said $2,000. Somebody said $3,000. Friends, what changed the price of that violin? Can you tell me? It was the master's touch. Because the person who played the violin was the owner of that violin. And this afternoon, it is my prayer that the Almighty God will touch us with His love and compassion, and we will be better citizens of Tri-City, Chandigarh, and this world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Pastor John. Thank you very much all the distinguished panelists of this panel. Thank you, Cheema Sahab, for providing this opportunity to all of us, and all the students, especially the young students at this budding stage. They are listening to the words of wisdom from all the panelists right from the beginning, and definitely one day you will realize that whatever you listen to this particular day, that will be, many of things of them will be remembered by you forever. Thank you very much all the participants, and all the audience for listening patiently. Thank you, please.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you to all the panelists for skillfully guiding a conversation and fostering a respectful dialogue. I would now request Mr. A.N. Mathur, Vice Chairman, Kendra Committee, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, to kindly come and felicitate our dear moderator and the panelists. A big round of applause for Mr. A.N. Mathur, sir. Dear students, please don't stop clapping, as this is your moment to appreciate the time and of course the insights that have been shared by the Scholars Academy. I would request sir to give a token of appreciation to our moderator, sir, Dr. Mohammad Khalid. A big round of applause, children. Ambassador Ashok Kumar, IFS. Dear students, I want to hear this happening as a form of your gratitude to sir. Dr. Retd Singh. Mr. Ashwini Kumar. I can see the audience is all enthralled. Yes. Professor Anil Sarwal. And Pastor Cherian John. Also request Honorable Principal Mrs. Gulshan Kaur and Colonel D.S. Cheema, member of our Kendra Committee, to felicitate Shri A.N. Mathur sir. A big round of applause for this August gathering, children. Thank you so much, sir, and thank you so much, ma'am. All our panelists and moderators and distinguished guests. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. We now move on to the final phase of discussion which is scheduled for the day. We are now moving towards the panel discussion 4. The theme for the panel discussion is Interfaith Harmony in Armed Forces. Interfaith harmony within the armed forces is an essential pillar for fostering a cohesive, respectful and effective military environment. For this panel discussion, may I invite with great respect Colonel Daljeet Singh Cheema as the moderator. Dear audience, let's join our hands and applaud Colonel D.S. Cheema sir, whose leadership has significantly shaped the academic environment in Chandigarh. And let me tell you all, ladies and gentlemen, it is his mind and his main concept that we have here together with this Interfaith Symposium that we are holding today. So it is his idea, it is his conceptualization. So a big round of applause for Colonel Daljeet Singh Cheema sir as knowledge as well as spirituality. It is my privilege now to invite Lieutenant General Dr. K.J. Singh, PVSM, VSM and Bar on the stage as our first panelist. A heartfelt round of applause. Sir is a highly decorated Indian Army officer known for his significant contributions to society and strategic discussions. His outstanding service and dedication to advancing Punjabi culture have been recognized by the Punjab government. I would now like to invite Rear Admiral Sandeep Bicha. Please welcome him with an appreciative applause. Rear Admiral Sandeep Bicha is a highly decorated Indian Navy officer. With more than 3 decades of experience, Rear Admiral Bicha has emerged as a professional Sea Suit Executive, showcasing his effective tactical, operational and strategic leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our next panelist, Wing Commander Dr. Girish Jaiswal. A big round of applause for Sir. He is a prominent figure in the Indian Air Force, known for his exceptional service and scholarly achievement. As an accomplished author, he has also published various articles and papers in management in various magazines and journals. I now feel privileged to invite the final panelist of this session, Miss Suneni Guleria Sharma. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome her with a big round of applause. Mrs. Suneni Guleria Sharma is an exceptional third-generation poet, musician and researcher. As a versatile artist, she skillfully intertwines poetry and music, crafting a distinctive fusion that enchants audiences and nurtures cultural appreciation. I would now request Colonel Daljeet Singh Cheema sir to kindly take over the proceedings as the moderator. A big round of applause for sir and ma'ams who are here as moderator and panelists. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I have a very powerful panel, literally, because I have a former Army Commander, Lieutenant General K.J. Singh, whose experience in the armed forces, I think he knows everything about the armed forces, including the Interfaith Harmony, more than anybody else, because of his positions which he has held during his service. I also have the privilege of having a Navy officer. Now, Mr. Rear Admiral Sandeep Bicha has, Navy is special. Air Force and Army, we have different kind of working condition. And though the Army is considered, regimentally very disciplined, Air Force is more known as professionally active and professionally integrity is more in the Air Force, and Navy has a special position. And I am grateful to Rear Admiral Sandeep Bicha to be with us. We also have Wing Commander Dr. Jaiswal. He is one man, any degree in engineering and management you can think of, he has that degree. I've had the privilege of knowing him since long. He has been the director of many management institutes. He has authored so many books, and of course he has the experience of working in the Air Force. Now, tomorrow is the 555th anniversary of the God of love, universal compassion, brotherhood, Guru Nanak Dev Ji. I just want to quote few lines from Sir Muhammad Iqbal. Everyone has heard of Sir Muhammad Iqbal. He wrote a poem long time back. The name of the poem he gave Nanak, and what he says is, फिर उठी आकर सदा तौहीद की पंजाब से. तौहीद is oneness, unity, one God. फिर उठी सदा तौहीद की पंजाब से, हिंद को एक मर्दे कामिल ने जगाया ख्वाब से. Mardे कामिल is a perfect man. So Sir Iqbal called him a perfect man. Now before we proceed with the panel discussion, I request General K.J. Singh to kindly give the backdrop of the what is the interfaith harmony in the armed forces and what is your experience, sir?
Firstly, I am grateful to Kamaljit Cheema, who's anchored this wonderful symposium. Also to the Bhavan school, which is an elite school here, and to the management, Mr. Mathur is here, principal ma'am is here, faculty is here. So all of you, we are grateful that you've given us the platform. And above all, by big shout out to the lovely children who are here on Children's Day. So let me start by telling you that I feel very humbled when this was said, that he knows just about everything and all. See, there are two lessons that you must derive from this. One is, the day you start misbelieving that you know everything, that is end of your truth. That is end of story. So every day you should yearn to learn more and more. Every day. Aspire to learn something new. And the second thing is, जो यहाँ आज तख्ते नशीन है, जिसको ये यकीन है जो यहाँ तख्ते नशीन है, there is some share like this कि उससे पहले कोई और भी था, तो जो हमने अपॉइंटमेंट होल्ड किए, they were just transient, they were just a function of my career and necessity of system. What remains is your character. Guru Nanak Dev Ji also said, see, which guru will give up? आजकल तो गुरु जेलों से नहीं पैरोल लेके निकल के आते, you know, Guru Nanak Dev Ji, while living, gave his gaddi to Angad, Guru Angad, and went and started doing farming. Who will do this? It's out of, you can't understand. Now let me get to the subject. Subject is about armed forces. See, in armed forces, we are very lucky. I won't know about the current timings because there is a lot of debate that things are being changed or being modified. But while we were in armed forces, we were told two things. That you have to be apolitical and you have to be secular. So if you see, most of the nonsense in religion is because of politics. Like, I am a student of Islamist extremism, so it is also referred as political Islam. The real Islam is Tawheed, Salat, Samam, Zakat. These are all, in all religions, things like this are there. But when political Islam comes in, it gets vitiated. So army is taught to keep the politics up. And I hope this is allowed, this is enshrined. I'll just try and wind up.
Of course.
The second aspect is, army is told to be secular. And in secular, we have two ways to understand it. See, one, secularism can be a very antiseptic kind of secularism. Very sanitized kind of thing. Army secularism is celebratory. All festivals are my festivals. Eid है तो मनाएंगे, दिवाली है तो मनाएंगे, होली है तो मनाएंगे, और सब मनाएंगे. It's a celebratory kind of a secularism. There is nothing guilty, apologetic, छुपा लो. That's not the army way, the way we were taught. And the second thing is, in this bit about secularism, that your soldier's religion is your religion. So, when I retired or when I re-attired into a civilian role, I went to my regiment on a visit, and the civilian vehicle driver stopped in regiment. There is something called as Sarv Dharm Sthal, but in my regiment there are two religions, Hinduism and Sikhism. We have troops from both. So there is a mandir and there is a gurdwara. So he first in the sequence came Gurdwara, so he stopped the vehicle there, and immediately my wife reacted. She said, हम पहले गुरुद्वारे नहीं जाते, हम पहले मंदिर जाते. Because I commanded troops who went to mandir. So, for me, my religion, in my regiment, in uniform, is my troops' religion. So today also when people call me and ring me up, they say, Jai Mata Ji ki saath. And I also reply to them, Jai Mata Ji ki, kya haal hai? I don't say Sat Sri Akal. That's in my private space. I also go to Gurdwara, I also follow my religion very meticulously. Every day I hear Hukamnama or read it. But when I am with troops, my religion is their religion. So these are the lessons, abiding lessons that I learned from armed forces. I thought I must share with you children. If we have time, we'll discuss more, because Colonel Cheema has got very challenging task to ration time to us. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You see, especially the young boys and girl children, let me tell you that I studied in DAV College, Amritsar. And of course I used to go to the Golden Temple. But there have never been one instance when I have not gone to Durgana Mandir after visiting the Golden Temple. And I am very proud of this fact. This kind of bringing up I got from my parents. And I suppose respecting all the religions is very powerful kind of learning which every young boy and girl must learn. Before I move to the naval officer, I have another very powerful, very important person. She is the daughter of an army officer, Colonel Guleria. She is the daughter of Guleria ma'am, Dali Guleria ma'am, who is a renowned seeker, and she is the granddaughter of legendary Surinder Kaur ji. Applause for the lady. She is the army officer's daughter, and she has had the courage of marrying somebody from the other religion. Her husband is Sharma. She is Sunani Guleria Sharma. And her father was in the Rajput regiment. So I've been discussing with him many times about the kind of bringing up which she has got from her family. Now, Sunani ma'am, it is your turn to tell us something about your...
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very happy Children's Day to all the children. A big round of applause for yourselves. It's an honor, Colonel Cheema, to be here, and a lot of pride to be with such pillars from the defense services. There is a sense of camaraderie which is very unspoken, but that respect is always there. My life, if I were to introduce, and I'm trying to keep it as crisp and brief, that I'm born to a Sikh Rajput father. I have studied in a Christian convent school. My music I have learned from my Musalman Ustad, and now I'm married to a Vashisht Hindu Brahmin. So it can get more interfaith than this. And as a child of an army officer, who is incidentally a 5th generation army officer, Gulers are from Guler Kangra, and this is something that my grandfather, my Nanaji, who was from Gujranwala, he used to quote Allama Iqbal and Faiz Ahmed Faiz and Bulleh Shah, you know, instead of teaching us nursery rhymes. These are the kind of poems that we used to listen to. So all of these things, you know, he would say that ilm kamana aasan hai. Ilm is your knowledge, you know. इल्म कमाना आसान है, उसका अमल करना बहुत ज़रूरी है. So इल्म और अमल का बैलेंस करना, to be able to learn what you are learning and also to be wise enough to implement it. The implementation is the tricky part. So I as an individual and I as a person who is a strong believer of interfaith, you also notice me wearing a beaded necklace from the Buddhist faith. So these things come very naturally, because in your own endeavor to search and to connect with that one who is being spoken about, that oneness is something that you need to believe in within yourself. So when Buddha says, Aap Deepo Bhava, which means be the light unto yourself. So you have to be there, the light, the candle that Sir was mentioning, that light you have to be within yourself to understand, to reach in and be able to analyze that what is it that you are being asked to do, what is the purpose of your life on this planet. And that is basically to love everything that has been created by the Almighty and love everyone who has been created. And this is
the ultimate message.
This is
really,
and Cheema uncle, this is what we have learned,
yes,
you know,
yes,
and all thanks to parenting like your parenting, and you know, all of these people who are here, and this is what has been taught to us, that even in school, the Sarv Dharam Sthal, it was a wonderful experience for us to go to all the Char Dham and get prasad from all 4 places. So till the time I graduated and I went to London for the first time, I didn't even know that we had separate gurdwaras, and even in the gurdwaras we had separate sections, you know, as in the Ramgarhia Gurdwara and the Singh Sabha.
So much we can learn
Yes.
from her life story, and a clap for ma'am.
Thank you for your time.
Sir, you have a point. Daljeet Singh has a important
मेरे को ना one is getting old and शेर भूल जाते हैं, पर वो शेर याद आ गया जो कल तख्त नशीन था, उसे भी खुदा होने का इतना ही है. So all of us are transient, we go away. Let us build our character and our identification based on what we do. That's the message. That's what Baba Guru Nanak also said.
Thank you, sir.
Just 30 seconds again,
Yes,
because General Sahab has mentioned a share. So while I was sitting there and we were listening to the Rabab rendition, so Rabab was also something that Maulana Rumi used to play.
Yes.
So when Rumi is sitting under the starry night one night, and in Persian he recites the couplet that says, Az kuja mi aayi di awaaz-e doost, मुझे ये दोस्त की आवाज़ कहाँ से सुनाई देती है. Az kuja mi aayi di awaaz-e doost, खुश्क तारो खुश्क चूबो खुश्क पूस्त, खाल भी खुश्क है, तार भी खुश्क है, लकड़ी भी खुश्क है, नीज़े तारो नीज़े चूबो नीज़े पूस्त, खुद ब खुद मी आई दी आवाज़े दूस्त, सौन है साजस्त अंदर तारो पूस्त, जी सबा मी आई दी आवाज़े दूस्त. कि इस साज के अंदर रब खुद बसते हैं, इसीलिए उनकी आवाज़ इस साज में से आती है. एंड हमारा जो our physical being, our body is like the saz, and we need to find the soul, and the soul is what he is all about. So that is the reference.
How beautifully
Thank you.
have put it. Thank you. You see, Indian Armed Forces are an island of excellence, and I know that the entire nation is very proud of that fact. Now I request Retd Sandeep Bija to kindly share your experience, because you stay in ships and you are away from the the mainland. And what kind of experience do you have in the interfaith in your navy?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen and children. Thank you, sir. Thank you, principal and the organizers, for having me over here. And it has been indeed a great learning experience. You know, what I would like to share from the Navy are a few things. And being last in the panel has its own advantages and disadvantages. First of all, 99% of what you had to say has already been said. And secondly, this panel is just before the lunchtime. The shorter you are, the better it is. But let me tell you, in my 35 years of experience and service in the Indian Navy, religion was never an issue. हमें पता ही नहीं चला कि हम कौन से religion के हैं 35 years में. और मैं ये honestly बोल रहा हूँ. और एक बार, in fact once, this is a true story. One journalist asked a senior officer, how many Hindus, Muslims, Sikhs and Christians do you have in the armed forces? The senior officer said, nil. He said, sir? He said, 0. We have only soldiers, airmen and sailors. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is our religion. Our religion is our uniform, service to the nation and service to humanity. And that is what, today, being here, I also see in you, the young children. You are in one uniform. None of you are Hindus, Muslims, Christians. You are one and you represent your school. And this is the thought and this is the message which I think you will all take away from here. And some of the students who spoke here exactly enriched us with that experience. So thank you very much. Like I said, it's been a deep learning experience. Now I will just tell you, with something just to give you a brief insight. In our Indian Navy, we celebrate all festivals by having a bada khana or a feast and good wishes and nothing beyond that. We do not have any religious ceremony. We do not do anything which depicts one particular religion. And that is how the Indian Navy in particular sails on the high seas and every festival. In the Royal Navy, the British Navy before independence, I don't know if many of you are aware that there used to be 2 ships of the Royal Navy. One was called HMS Sikh and the other one was HMS Punjab. So even at that time, our Sikhs were honored by the Royal Navy. In fact, I had the good fortune of being posted in London in the High Commission, and the Royal Navy hosted a dinner for the British Sikh Association on board the ship called HMS Victory. That ship was of Lord Nelson, the flagship of Lord Nelson. And imagine the honor that they gave to the British Sikhs on that ship, because they wanted to encourage the British Indians to join Royal Navy or the Royal Armed Forces. So this is how we are projected or seen by the people beyond. Now, what is the message that we take away? I'll give you by 3 examples. We had a chief, Admiral Pereira, and Admiral Brawny Pereira was known as a true officer and a gentleman. Once, he had an appointment with the then Prime Minister, Mrs. Indira Gandhi, and he was going in his car. He had just crossed India Gate when he saw an accident that took place right in front of him. He stopped his car, took the injured in his car and took them straight to the hospital and missed his appointment with the Prime Minister. I don't think he could have demonstrated religion better than anybody else. Similarly, another admiral I saw who was very, very, mindful of the money that he spent. And I was serving with him. I used to always think that he is थोड़े कंजूस है, पता नहीं इतना कंजूस क्यों है. Once I saw him going to the church and there were orphan children over there. He took out all the money from his wallet and his wife and donated it to the orphanage. So I think that was the religion. So I think that all sums up how we project and how we take things beyond it. In the end, not taking much time because I have to stick to my time, we in the Navy have one Lord which represents all of us, and that is Lord Varuna, the Lord of the oceans. And I end up by saying a shlok or the motto of the Indian Navy, Shana Varuna, may the Lord Varuna of the oceans be auspicious unto us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. You see, when you were talking about philanthropy, giving to others, I am reminded of Ratan Tata and Narayana Mukti. Look at them. They have donated thousands of crores, but they are very frugal, very careful in spending anything on. Once Ratan Tata, some friend said that you have a very old watch. Why don't you replace it? He said it gives good enough time and I don't need to replace. And he made a statement that I don't like to spend on myself. So that is what is love. And now from land and seas, let's look up to the Air Force. Air Force, we all literally look up to Air Force. Sir, your turn.
Thank you very much, Colonel Cheema, for giving me this last opportunity as the last speaker. Being a last speaker, one has got a distinct advantage as well as disadvantage. Now the advantage being that I have been listening to its morning, very, very experienced, well-read, learned people, and listen to various shades of interpretations of religion, faith. And the disadvantage obviously is that whatever you say has already been said. So don't really come out with something new. What is new is that I am basically a pilot, flew for 30 years, participated in all the three, 62, 65 and 71. So if I am given this opportunity to say that how is Air Force different than anybody else or other arms of the Army, Navy, Air Force, they got a distinct culture of armed forces. But every department, that is Army being largest well-established defense forces, we also have come up being together in wars or peace. But we have a common culture, defense forces, and we have got specific culture as far as Air Force and Navy is concerned. Before I proceed any further, I would like to thank Anish once again for allowing me to have a small dubki in this Gyan Ganga from morning. So I have never learned in my life so much as I have learned in one symposium. It's being very, very honest, and it's being very thankful to all the panelists who I listened to and learned quite a bit. Now, how is Air Force? So the first to say about the faith, just my explanation, is nothing else but belief. This belief is mostly blind belief. It is not belief on scientific basis. It's a belief, it's astha, it's your feeling. Although value system, attitudes, all these help to get into this belief. So is the culture. And what do we see? We see the action of people belonging to different faiths. We don't see faith itself. We understand religion, we understand the different religions, but what we see their action. Said action oriented. Action oriented, how are we different? We come from the same society, we come from different backgrounds, we come from different areas, we speak different language, and we have different faiths. And nobody wants the faith to be changed because it is, you cannot change. It is there. It is germinated from many other factors, but it is a family background, it is value system, it is the parentage, it is bringing up in the child, it is your observation, you are seeing things and hearing. So you can't change the religion as such. What we should change, or what we can harmonize it, that means we got to develop that tolerance for every religion. We respect it, we should develop that tolerance. Once we develop the tolerance, every religion, as we have heard in the morning till now, teaches you something, talks about good human values, talks about good, what you call your compassion, your love, and everything for others. Now, how do we try to sublime it, make it harmonized? Now, in defense services in general and Air Force in particular, all the selections or introduction or recruitment is done on scientific basis.
Mic thoda closer to your mouth. Mic closer to you.
So the question is, defense circles are probably the only one where psychological testing is there. To go for a interview or if you go for your selection, stay there for 2 to 3 days. They test you psychologically. But what is the necessity? They are not looking for the best people or the most brainy people. They are looking for a harmonized personality or a personality which could be harmonized around you down. Now if you have got a very strong belief in something, it's very difficult to change. Now how do the psychologist through various means tries to find out, are you dogmatic about it, are you committed about something, or viewpoint, are you so-called stubborn? And if you are one, this defense force is not. Now, so after psychological testing, before that of course there have been tests, UPSC, Sanstans hold it, and then there is an interview also. During this phase of 3 days, you are tested as an individual or tested as a group. And group testing has a more weightage, because we function not on individual basis. We don't go for individual basis. We go for winning a war. War has never fought by a single person. It is a combination of all others. Whether you are flying, हेलो अब हुई बात अब बनी बात anyway, so that it's a function of a teamwork. Now if you are attacking an enemy or going for midnight bombing, you are not going single-handedly. You are either going in a stream or you are going in a formation. If you have an aerial battle, you are again going for formation. Nobody is asking that one pilot is Hindu, another one is Muslim, third one is Sikh. No, nothing like that. They just, whatever the roster takes, they go. But again, they know their duty. That the man, so-called ring man, is to protect the leader and the other man, and they will not take up individual targets or attack individually. They will nominate that so-and-so on attack. Leader will do. So whenever you go, there is a constant effort of bringing in this groupism or this team spirit.
I think you brought out a very important point, sir. That is about the camaraderie. Like in army also we have a buddy system. You have that kind of system. Now, may I request you, sir, KJ sir, your parting shot advice to the young boys and girls. What would you like to tell them?
Children, my advice to you is don't leave. Children, my advice to you is don't lose your spirit of inquiry. Every day, be inquisitive. And this is your age to ask questions. When you come to my age, you can't ask questions. Because the moment you ask questions, they'll say, "Isko aata nahi hai ye? Itna umar ho gaya iska." So, this is your time to ask questions. That is one advice. The second advice is make mistakes. But don't repeat mistakes. Make every day new mistakes. Like you went late somewhere. If you make it a habit, you are sunk. No. You change and make another mistake and learn from that. So, make mistakes and learn from mistakes. You know? So, and third thing is that learn to be part of a group. Like, you know, teams win matches. It's all of us want individual brilliance, all of us. And we'll get it, don't worry. If you're good, system will throw you off. But it's the teams which win matches. So I'll just leave these three advices, because see what happens is at home, at my age, your wife has heard whatever you have to say. So if you say anything, she'll say, "Kuch naya thodi bol rahe ho." Your children who are away, they say, "Dad, cool, chill," some new terms they use, so they don't listen to you. So when you get a captive audience like this on Children's Day, the tendency to yap is too much. But I'll cut short 3 things. I'll repeat once again. Inquisitiveness, every day ask yourself questions to your teachers, learn new things. Second, make mistakes, but new ones. And third thing, learn to operate as part of a team.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Wonderful. I think the lady must have the last word.
Thank you.
Always have the last word.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's not really so much the lady. I feel that with all the students here and being from the defense background, I cannot hold myself back, and I want you all to join in when I say, "मज़हब नहीं सिखाता आपस में बैर रखना, मज़हब नहीं सिखाता आपस में बैर रखना, हिंदी हम वतन है, हिंदुस्तान हमारा सारे जहां से अच्छा." So this is what we have been singing and believing, and we will believe it. थोड़ी रिवर्ब दें प्लीज. टोला पर्वत हो साडी खूही दा पानी शरबत, लट्ठे दी चादर आबो सामने कोलों दी रुस के ना लंग माया, कोलों दी रुस के ना लंग माया. Thank you.
What a beautiful and wonderful day and this panel discussion. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to all the sirs and ma'ams. You have illustrated the necessity for interfaith harmony. So the audience, a big round of applause for the moderator and the panelists. I would now request Mr. Retd, eminent author, to felicitate the moderator and the panelists. I would request Mrs. Gulshan Kaur to kindly escort sir to the stage. A big round of applause for Mr. Retd, sir. He is an eminent author who has been writing in various newspapers and leading dailies. We would request sir to kindly facilitate the people who have made this day a special one with a token of gratitude for Lieutenant General Dr. K.J. Singh, PVSM, AVSM and Bar. A token of gratitude for Rear Admiral Sandeep Pita. Wing Commander Dr. Girish Jaiswal. Miss Sunani Valeria Sharma. A big round of applause for all the panelists, please. I will request Colonel D.S. Cheema sir to present a token of gratitude to Mr. Rajbir Deswal sir. I would request Colonel D.S. Cheema and Gulshan ma'am to kindly be on stage for a few more moments. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all the individuals who played a crucial role in organizing this Interfaith Harmony Symposium. And without your collective efforts, support and unwavering commitment, we would not have had the opportunity to come together today. I would request Colonel Daljeet Singh Cheema sir to kindly felicitate the various dignitaries and distinguished guests without whose support this wouldn't be possible today. First, Mr. Karanveer Singh Sibya, MD, Akal Group Institutions. I request you to kindly join sir on stage, please.
Karanveer Sibya.
Mr. Karanveer Singh Sibya, MD, Akal Group of Institutions, sir. If you're here, please join us on stage. A big round of applause, please. To kindly escort, sir. Mr. Karan Bajwa, Director of Shemprov School, Mohali. If you're here, sir, kindly join us on stage, sir. Mr. Jagdeep Singh, MD, Psychocare Health Private Limited, Mohali. Mr. Jagdeep sir, if you're here, please join us on the stage. A big round of applause for sir. Mr. Gursimran Singh Oberoi, MD, Institute of Professional Banking. I request sir to please join us on stage. Thank you so much, sir. A big round of applause for sir for all his guidance and support. Mr. Gursimran Singh Oberoi, MD, Institute of Professional Banking, is here with us. A big round of applause for sir. Mrs. Amar Kulban Singh Ji, she is not here with us. I request our Honorable Principal, Mrs. Gulshan Kaur, to kindly receive a token of gratitude on her behalf. A big round of applause for ma'am. Mrs. Gulshan Kaur, our revered Principal, Bhavan Vidyalaya Panchkula. A big round of applause. Gyan Setu Think Tank. I request Lieutenant General K.J. Singh sir, PVSM, BSM and BAR to receive the token of gratitude. would kindly join on stage. A big round of applause for sir. Dear audience, we must appreciate the efforts which have gone behind the scenes. So big round of applause for sir. And Chef Vikas Chawla, I request sir if you could kindly come on stage. A big round of applause for all the people who have helped make this event possible and successful. Big round of applause for sir and ma'am for doing the honors. Thank you so much, sir and ma'am. I would also request Colonel Cheema to kindly propose the note of thanks.
Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. I am extremely grateful to the Bhavan Vidyalaya, Mr. A. N. Mathur, the Vice Chairman, the Principal, and so many people who have worked behind the scene, whom I have not met. But I know that many of them have put in so much of work. You see, when I conceived this event, I thought that this is the best place because there are a lot of children and they will be able to learn something. As I said, that they are the best hope for us. So I am extremely grateful to the school, its management, teachers, and lovely students who've been so patient sitting here and listening to old people like me as captain of the audience is not easy. I am aware of this fact. I am also extremely grateful to number of friends who have supported me unconditionally. Whosoever I requested for some kind of support, they came forward on their own, and I am extremely grateful to each one of them. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to acknowledge the presence of a very special man. We have Brigadier Kalu here, Brigadier Daljeet Singh Garewal. We've been classmates for 10 years, up to 10th class. He retired as the director of Gulshan Kaur Institute. He is one man who was picked up by Madam Indira Gandhi, and this was a project of state government and the central government. He looked after it so well that he has earned so much of accolades and so much of love and affection. Even now when he goes to Gulmarg, he is a state guest there because of establishing that unique institute which I am very proud that he has been able to come, and I am grateful to you, sir. God bless you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, each one of you. I will not stand between your lunch. There is a millet lunch, and you know why I had honored Chef Vikas Chawla, because he is going to showcase his best talent today. Thank you so much. Kindly join us for lunch.
Namaste everyone. Before you all, part for lunch, I just want to express in a very, crisp form, gratitude to Colonel Cheema for conceiving this event, making it so pious, bringing all the luminaries here and showering the nectar of Guru Nanak. I'm blessed that my children have got the opportunity to listen to you all, and when I heard them, the essence what they took home, it made me feel overwhelmed. In fact, thank you children for being a lovely audience on a Children's Day. You are blessed, and it is just an eve of Guru Nanak, and bring in peace and harmony the world over, because you are the future of tomorrow. I hope we are able to do that little bit today. Thank you so much.